right. Here we are. Jez Corden, Windows Central, back in the house after... what were you doing last week anyways, buddy? That we
I
had
was
had
in New
Mr.
York City,
Yeah, you were in New York.
bro.
You were in New York. You were visiting WWE.
I was. That was crazy, bro. I'll tell you about that in a bit, but yeah.
So for episode
400.
Well, that was
in that
episode
special.
399 and a half. What a half episode it was. Because every time you leave to go somewhere, something massive ends up happening.
Don't even get me started on that, bro. I mean I'll tell you how that shit went down in a bit, but my God, like the anxiety that crept up in my body when I got that news.
Well, it was good for me because I was sitting here and I'm like, okay, I had talked to Cog on Tuesday. I'm like, I got Cog in the bag, and we even podcast with Cog. I was like, this is good. And then I'm sitting there and like Cog had like a insider gaming meeting or whatever, so we were kind of waiting. And as we were waiting, like the news broke, and I was just like,
oh my God.
Well, at least I got Cog here, because it was one of those things where if it wasn't Cog, I might have just been like canceled the show. I don't have anybody to do it with. We'll just wait till next week. But it was like, oh, okay. But anyways, guys, welcome in. I'm Randall Thor 19, as you well know. This is Jez Corden. Not only was Xbox in the news a lot this week, but so was Jez. A lot of people talking about Jez and Jez's interview.
Oh God.
So Jez was the main character, one of the main characters, I guess you could say, this week in the gaming sphere. How did that feel to be the main character, Jez, or be one of them? That feel good?
I actually think the past week has been the most insane week in my entire career.
Yeah.
Like, I'm still sort of recovering from it. Going to New York, interviewed Joe Hendry.
Oh, wow, Joe Hendry. What a catch. Did you interview CM Punk?
Come on, Joe's fucking awesome.
Did you interview CM Punk?
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Yeah.
But,
we all know the song.
Yeah. I didn't interview CM Punk, but I did see CM Punk.
Okay.
The Drew McIntyre was there.
Did you talk
Tiffany
to Drew?
Stratton, Trish Stratus. Nah, I was too shy, man. I was too damn shy, bro. But if I go again, maybe I'll look up the courage. But I was terrified. I was super out of my depth. As you might have expected. But I was just like, that whole shit was surreal. And then, as I was boarding a flight to come home, thinking about all the work I need to do with regards to the WWE, Phil Spencer retires. And I'm sitting there. I'm literally in the queue in Group 3 to board the plane. And I get a text. By the way, these emails are going out in a bit. FYI. Jesus. But yeah, this has been the most insane week. But I mean, we'll talk more about it in a sec, but the amount of support that you guys have sent across, not just to me, but the team, and all the love you guys give me and Rand over the years, it is so humbling, and I'm so grateful. I can't even really put it into words how grateful I am. So we're episode 400
I know,
in.
episode
We've been
400.
doing this almost
kind of episode 400. I don't know. Maybe it's actually 402. I mean, last week's episode was a half.
Yeah.
we tried to say it was a half, but it's like...
I'm pretty sure I've misnumbered some of the episodes.
Yeah,
so maybe we're already past episode 400, but...
Whatever. This is the 400. But even last week, it's like we had Addict drop by for a little bit. Paris came. It was a proper... I was like, okay, we're not going to be... There's not much to talk about. Cog's... I don't want to keep Cog here for 4 hours or whatever. And then that happened. So it was like, well, there's a lot to talk about,
I'm looking forward to rocking with those guys. I want to go on Inside the Gaming's. They're Iron Lords After Dark. I want to do that. That sounds fun.
Yes.
So
400 episodes.
To speaking to Paris about this stuff too, but man,
400 episodes. It's kind of crazy. Because
it's crazy.
It's funny because a couple weeks ago, well, I don't even know if we can really say, but we were supposed to have a special guest, but that didn't obviously pan out at all.
Yeah.
But it's whatever. For starters, when we started this,
I'm not giving up on that.
I never thought this would get to 400 episodes.
No.
You know.
I thought it'd just be like a little fun thing we do for a while, you know.
Yeah, little
But
fun thing we do. Maybe it goes on for a bit. I mean, we've been doing this since April of 2017, I think. April of 2017. So this is basically the what is that, 9th year?
yeah.
400 episodes. And then plus, whatever we Xbox 2 plus ones and stuff like that, or Xbox Ultimate. So it's like even more when you actually count like all the extra ones and stuff. But
Oh man, and I've got some crazy Xbox 2 plus ones to talk about. And this is another aspect of this week being crazy. I interviewed Clown from Slipknot yesterday.
did that actually happen?
Yeah, it did. I interviewed Clown from Slipknot about Minecraft, and we talked about World of Warcraft for 90 minutes.
Where'd you talk about that at?
We talked about it on Google Hangouts.
Oh, okay. You recorded it.
And he's made. I did.
Okay.
He's made a Minecraft game called Vernearth, which is like basically a full MMO inside Minecraft. So yeah, that was surreal as well. And I'm just sitting there like, is this whole week just a dream? Am I gonna wake up in a minute and just be back writing about AI or something? But yeah, it's been crazy, bro. It's been crazy.
So it's tough to say like, hey, what's your favorite memory of the podcast? Because 400 episodes. But do you have any standout moments? I guess, and it's because for me they all sort of blend. Where I can't really pick out certain things. I mean,
we've had eras, right? There's been eras of the podcast, and you can kind of like. One thing I like to do is update our graphics to reflect sort of like the way the eras have shifted over the years. We had like sort of, I think there was like during the pandemic, obviously the audience was much bigger. Everyone was stuck at home, but also Xbox was kind of like doing a lot of positive things for the community. We had like in the early days, some of those big tentpole announcements like, oh, now we own Bethesda and they're all the games. This is about exclusives, and we listen to the community, backwards compatibility being announced, and we listen to the community. Like, and there was a time where the Xbox community was very unified, and there was a lot of positive momentum, I think. But then came the post-pandemic era, where Xbox has had significant challenges, not just externally but internally. Strategy hasn't landed well. I think they've sort of panicked in the face of AI growing too fast, maybe, and also like the threats that that have been reported on, like things like to the rise of TikTok and addictive algorithmic apps which are taking up people's time. Young men not spending as much on games as they used to because of things like Polymarket, weirdly, and all those kind of challenges that Xbox because Xbox was already kind of vulnerable because of the Xbox One launch. They've kind of leapt headfirst into making some sort of, I suppose, panicky kind of decisions, which has left the community feeling unheard and a bit fractured. But we're on the edge of a new era now, and it's kind of poignant that it coincides with what we think is episode 400. And it's a new era, so it's a blank slate. So right now I suppose there's reason to be optimistic, but also very cautiously optimistic, I suppose. But if you're talking about like memories from the podcast I've enjoyed, man, I love some of the memes that came out from the show.
Yeah, those are always
each
good.
other.
Oh.
Yeah, someone in chat just said, Sea Lord of Bravo says, Jez having a hiccup attack during the show was the funniest shit ever.
Oh, that was
I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, the hiccup attack. Yeah.
Oh man, that was so annoying. I
remember that for sure.
That was so annoying. My mind kind of blocked that out because I was like desperately trying to stop hiccuping. Man, like some of the just interacting with the community, like the community is the best memory for me. And this week has really re-established that meeting the people that I've met, all you guys, creators that have supported us, the industry figures that have supported us. And yeah, I know that I've said some dumb shit, and I'm sure Rand has as well. Probably less
Me,
so
I've
than
never
me.
said dumb shit in my life. Everything I say is well thought out and is also, you know,
Well,
predictive of the future. When have I ever said dumb stuff, huh? That's not
well,
Rand. That's not me.
saying you don't like seasoning your food is pretty dumb.
Well,
But,
you know, it was true at the time, but that was past Rand. This current Rand loves seasoning on his food, on his chicken.
we've grown as people.
Yes.
I've learned to think a little bit more before I speak, and you've learned to put salt on your fucking food.
The one area where you haven't grown is you still don't complete games. You know what I'm saying? You just.
But I did complete Resident Evil recently.
That is true. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
We'll talk about that in a bit. We've got a ton of super chats that
let me get to some of these then. We have we got Commander Shepard who joined the membership. Enjoy your emotes. We got Mr. Supernova who says Asha's note hinted at returning to exclusives and focusing on the console. Fans took it that way. If the plan is to stay multi-platform, Xbox won't succeed. Next gen Sony will crush them with exclusive and platform wars. Well, I think personally, I think a lot of people read into what Asha said with their own biases, or somebody reads that and is like, that means exclusives are coming back. But then somebody else could read it and be like, it doesn't mean anything.
Actually, no.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, obviously,
I've got extra context about.
Yeah,
because
we'll talk about that when we talk about the interview and stuff. But everybody's gonna have their own interpretation of what it means and whether or not, like, oh, if it means exclusives are coming back, well, how's that gonna work? And all that sort of stuff. But it's like, be careful, because I'm not sure they even know what the future holds at this point in time. Right? She pretty much said during your interview, even though it was a little corpo speak, when you asked, is like she has to go through all the decisions and all the history about why decisions were made and blah 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 blah. So it's like that takes time. So even if exclusives were to come back, which if you were to ask me, I'd be extremely doubtful on, I would think that decision hasn't been made yet. Is, I guess, kind of the vibe I'm getting, or at least, you know, it's one of those things where the decisions is further down the road when they have more. I don't know. We know Microsoft is a very data-driven company. You need to look at all the data points,
unfortunately, all
the Excel sheets, and determine whether or not, like, hey, should we do this? I mean, it's gonna be kind of tough if Satya and Amy Hood are still fucking looking for their 30% profit margin, because how else are you going to get that? So unless they somehow ease up on that revenue stuff, we'll see. But we'll talk more about that a little bit later. But appreciate the support. We have Mr. John Sicamechanico of Xbox of Day One. That's right. Oh wait, Day One. It's almost like John had inkling this was coming, because they changed Xbox Era to Day One. Like, what is it? Like the week before Phil retired. Did you know, John? Did you have an inkling this was coming? Is that why you changed Xbox Era to Day One? But John says, congrats on 400 episodes and props to you both. Rand, always love our conversation. Sorry I'm never on when you guest with us. Jez, your interview was great. Don't let the haters get you down. Love. Go Xbox 2. That is right. I love going on the Xbox Era, formerly Xbox Era podcast, now known as Day One.
I'm still going to call it Xbox Era. I'm sorry.
But
sorry, John.
The thing is, you're never there, John. It's always Nick and Jesse. It always feels like when John's not there, I'm the replacement. So am I the replacement, John? I guess that might be the case. We have Mr. Deadly Headley. Congrats on 400 episodes, Jensen. Huge congrats on the interview, Jez. Looking forward to hearing both your thoughts on what's next for Xbox. Well, we definitely hear that today. We got Mr. Face 23 BKNY. Thoughts on From Software saying no to Blue Point Games and Demon Souls remake, and Sony said yes, it made sense. We sort of talked. I think I sort of talked a little bit about this last week, and we've talked about the whole Bloodborne remake stuff for in previous episodes, but I've always thought that it's up to From Software. That's the only thing that made sense, considering how much PlayStation loves remasters and remakes. I mean, look at all the games they've remade or remastered just gen from stuff that's not old, from Last of Us Part 2 to Horizon Zero Dawn. There's a lot of games that they've remade or remastered because it's easy money and not a lot of risk. And there's money to be made. And the biggest one that you could pull off is Bloodborne. People have been demanding Bloodborne for years now. And it's like, to me, I always felt that the thing that was preventing them from doing it was From Software. Even though Sony owns the IP, there had to be something where, like, we own the IP, but there's some agreement that we had made with them about, remastering. And Jason Schreier wrote in his article today that basically Blue Point, when their game was canceled, they did some pitches, and one of the pitches was a Bloodborne remake, which Sony said yes, but then From Software said no. So, and then Shuya Yoshida in an interview was asked about this a while back, and he basically said he knows that Sony wants to do it, and it basically came down to Miyazaki. But Miyazaki wants to do it, but Miyazaki's too busy. And that Sony's going to respect Miyazaki's wishes. So if Miyazaki's not going to do it because he's doing other things, then Sony's not going to do it. Because even though they could, they're just not going to, right? So
I think it will happen eventually. But like you said, it's Miyazaki's art. And like Bloodborne is kind of held up as like, it's a masterpiece, you know.
Sure.
So I would expect that they want to be the ones that give themselves that, you know.
The question is, when is Miyazaki ever not going to be busy to devote time to doing the remake? You know,
there'll be a time where the stars align and it makes sense.
Yeah, probably.
You know?
Probably. Yeah, I mean, it'll probably happen at some point.
Just not gonna. I think it's clearly out of respect for him that it's not happening. I think Shinobi said that on Twitter as well.
But I mean, that's the only thing I like. It kind of was apparent for years now that like this would have been done.
Shit will print money, bro.
This shit, they would have greenlit this a long time ago if they could have, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's like millions and millions of copies are just waiting to be sold. So. But that's, I guess, one of the reasons that, you know, you weren't here for that, the whole Blue Point, they shut them down, which was shocking. And it's funny because it's funny in two different ways. One, they shut them down, which I always enjoyed their work. I'm not the biggest Demon Souls, Dark Souls fan, but I did play Demon Souls on my PS5 launch, and it's a pretty game. I did love their Shadow of Colossus remake, which is, I guess, a game they also pitched to do again, which is like, you just did it? You just remade it last generation, and you're going to try to, like, remaster it for, you know, to try to save themselves? It was like, no wonder Sony said no to that one, because that one probably didn't do exceptionally well either. It would probably only do worse. So, like, they've done some good stuff, and even in the article, they felt like the writing was on the wall when Sony announced the God of War trilogy, not done by Blue Point, because Blue Point's the masters of it, and suddenly, like, they're not involved in that, so it's like, oh shit. But I thought it was funny because when that happened, I said, well, how long before Xbox bad news hits? Because Xbox can never let Sony have the bad news cycle. They always got to be like, hold my beer, you know, and it wasn't even 24 hours later where they're like, hold this case of beer and, you know, come out with the bad news. So not only was there that where like Xbox is like, we got some bad news too, but I also felt I don't know if you saw this. Sony announced the Wolverine release date, which is September 15th, but they literally just had a state of play. Like a week or 2 weeks before. And I was just curious. I was like, why would you just had a state of play.
Why wouldn't you have announced it there?
Why wouldn't you have announced it there? Unless you didn't have the assets ready, which is certainly possible. Like you didn't have the assets ready for a trailer in time there, and you'd have one later. Sure, I guess that's a possibility for sure. But it almost felt like we used the word damage control to a certain extent of like, we need to get the bad news of Bluepoint off us. Here's the release of our next game. You know, their biggest game coming this year. It just felt odd to just announce it on Twitter, you know?
So they sort of did it to, I suppose, palate cleanse or something, you're saying?
Just to kind of be like, because people, they're lucky because the whole Bluepoint thing was only a news story for 24 hours because, well, Xbox happened. So then that took over everybody's, the whole newsroom. Everybody was writing different articles and trying to get different people to talk about it. And the Sony news was kind of swept under the rug. But there were still like Sony people talking about it. And then all of a sudden, like, hey, Wolverine's coming. And not only is it coming, it's coming earlier than people had anticipated. It's coming in September. You know, clear that at least probably Sony thinks that GTA 6 is actually releasing this holiday. And they're giving them a wide berth. And I was thinking, man, they have Phantom Blade 0 on the 6th, and they have Wolverine on the 15th, which is back-to-back weeks. Now, there's rumors that Halo is releasing in August, which is probably good. Because I was also thinking, like, well, of Xbox's lineup, you know, you have Halo, and you have Gears, and you have Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, and you have Fable. And you already see, like, because that's the one thing about being multi-platform, because now you got to compete with all the games on the PlayStation Store, especially their exclusives. And Wolverine's a massive game. Mm-hmm. So it's like, do you put, like, with that small window, if Halo's in August, which it seems like it's going to be, well, you got to have Gears or Fable in September. Because you can't, like, hold both games to October. Well, you'd be holding 3 games to October. You know, you have Call of Duty. So it's like, are you going to be releasing Gears or Fable the week after Wolverine? And does that impact how well that game does on that platform? And because I think it would. Because I think there's only so much money going around, and I think PlayStation fans would probably rather buy Wolverine with their money instead of Gears E-Day or Fable. So I'm like, thinking to myself, was like, well, what do you do in that situation? Do you like give it more space? Do you crunch Gears and Fable a little bit closer together than you would like to try not to release directly after Wolverine to give some space in between that? You know, I don't know. That's sort of the things I was thinking of a little bit there, but and I mentioned the Call of Duty thing, so I wanted to get your take on this because this came from Call of Duty leaker. Apparently, the COD devs, I don't know if I'm saying this right, but Modern Warfare 4 was supposed to be a launch game for the next Xbox. I'm sure you saw this hit.
Yeah, all fake.
You think so? You think it's all?
That's Ghost of Hope, right?
I think so. I think so.
Yeah, that whole tweet you put out about the standalone COD Zombies thing, it was all fake. The whole thing was fake.
Fake or just wrong? You know, maybe just wrong info given to him by somebody.
Yeah, I'm not saying he made it up, but whoever told him that was completely misinformed. You know.
So you think he's also the person who told him about like misinformed about launch title for the next Xbox or for the next Xbox thing?
Yeah, they're not really thinking of any of that kind of thing yet. So
okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Let's see what else we got here. We have Commander Shepard says, happy 400th episode, gents. What a long road it has been. Top 2 fave moments over the years. For me, it's Shakespeare barking and the hot dog mayo story. Shakespeare.
I miss Shakespeare.
Yeah, we all miss Shakespeare. The hot dog mayo. I actually told that story, didn't I? I think I did.
Yep, sure did.
Do you remember the hot dog mayo story?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay. Yeah. Good story. Good story. Seared in my memory. We have Mr. Supernova says the best place to
I
play
don't remember
Halo.
much, but I remember that one.
The best place to play Halo, Wolverine, God of War, and Forza blockbuster premium titles among home consoles is PlayStation 5, but Xbox 6 won't see how the won't. But Xbox Series X and S won't see how the strategy was pure madness. I mean,
yeah, we're gonna get into the strategy thing.
You're preaching to the choir. I mean, I said I didn't really agree with the strategy at whatsoever. I just felt it was short term for long term problems. But it was also one of the things where it's like I can't do anything to change it. I've already given my. I mean, I told people directly at Xbox how I felt about it. You know, the only thing I can do. So it's like one of those things where I can't do anything about it. Whatever. It's dirt off my shoulders. I did what I could do. So,
I mean, I told them directly in LA that this was like insanity, and and I've tried to give them the benefit of the doubt and play devil's advocate, because we discuss things on the show, and back and forth it, right, and people would come to me with like data, quote unquote data, saying that like it wasn't a bad thing and it wasn't hurting them and all this kind of stuff. But I just can't. I just sit here thinking like, your data must be terrible. Like there's ways you can manipulate data to give you the outcome you desire for the argument you want to make, and it just felt like increasingly it feels like that's what's going on here. But we'll talk about the strategy when we get into what Asha Sharma said in a bit.
Yeah. We have Mr. Jesse Norris. Love you, boys. Congrats on 400. Thank you. Appreciate that. The one and only Infinite Umbra says, congrats on 400 episodes, Rand and Jez. You guys have been an inspiration to me over the years, including even starting my own podcast, and I've always appreciated how down-to-earth you both are, willing to support other creators. Here's the 400 more. Thank you, Mr. Umbra. Appreciate that.
Yeah, you're awesome, dude.
Brett says, good day, Rand and Jess. Happy 400th episode. Appreciate you. Mr. Special Nick is here, too. Wow, we got the entire Day 1 crew. Congrats to 400 blokes. Just woke up. I guess I'm Jez's bodyguard now. I guess so. Special Nick was very upset for you on your behalf about what happened this past week. He definitely...
Yeah, I appreciate you, Nick. You're a good dude.
Yeah, me and Nick were talking about it in the DMs. It's kind of funny. Adam Defunded says, happy 400th episode. Are you tired of Xbox downfall videos? Xbox sold well this generation, and if Sony, Nintendo, Valve did something similar, people wouldn't bat an eye. Am I tired of Xbox downfall videos? You mean like from YouTube slop tubers? Where like Xbox has died 8,000 times because it's the only thing they can think of because they're not creative? Like those type of videos? I mean, I don't watch them, and clearly I think there's
a market for that content.
YouTube does push that content, it does seem. But Xbox is kind of always doing something that most people can construe to be negative. And I think that's mostly since ABK. I kind of want to say like once they close, it's kind of been like mostly what people would perceive to be a negative information, negative news. So it's just been, it's kind of just been like a smorgasbord for those people to just every single sort of thing that Xbox is doing, they can just, talk about it in a way where Xbox dead, Xbox dies, Xbox quits, Xbox over and over and over and over again. And I always worry, jokingly, really, if like Xbox truly were to be sunset, like Seamus Blackley said in an interview, if it truly went away, where there was no more, and they shut the division down, or they sold some of the studios, and it was like Xbox is officially gone, I sort of wonder what those people would talk about.
Yeah,
I know it makes them a lot of money, and it provides a lot of content for them to be able to talk about the problems and the issues that Xbox has had over the years. But I always kind of think, like, what
would they pivot to Nintendo hate?
Does Nintendo hate like really generate? I mean, I know there are a few. I think there are a few like Nintendo hate channels for sure out there about maybe misrepresenting how well the Switch. They represent the Switch 2 as like a device that's like sold poorly or whatever. But I'm just like, well, if Xbox went away, like what would those people talk? What content would you replace it with? Because Xbox has kind of been in the news quite often, at least more than PlayStation and more than Nintendo, simply off the fact that Xbox executives love to chit chat. They love to talk to people, and sometimes they say things and they have to walk it back a little bit later on or whatever. Where PlayStation and Nintendo people, they don't really say much. There isn't a lot of stories surrounding them, which is why a lot of PlayStation podcasts talk about Xbox all the time. Their constituents listen to it don't like Xbox anyways because they're like, it's like, rah, 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 we picked the right console. Those guys over there didn't. Let's make fun of them type shit, The us versus them mentality. But I just kind of thought like, man, what would you talk about if they went away? I mean, I guess you could say for the same thing, like we are an Xbox podcast and maybe it's like, should we really be anymore? Or what would happen if Xbox went away? It'd be like, well, I mean, we could still do a gaming show, just not talk about Xbox. There's a lot of other things that happen in the industry, but I was kind of
like hanging out with the peeps. I mean, even if Xbox goes away, I'd be down to keep talking gaming.
Yeah.
I'm not going to quit gaming if Xbox goes away. I mean, but
we have
would the community stick around if there was no Xbox? Probably not. But I mean, at the end of the day, we're not quite there yet. So
we have first one STN 15B2, I think. Can we finally admit Phil's no major third-party exclusive strategy was stupid? You can't follow the death of Xbox as a brand directly. You can follow the death of Xbox as a brand directly to that time period. I mean, you're talking about no major third parties exclusive.
I mean, it kind of seems that way, from I wrote an article a couple of years ago now. I think it was called something like Xbox fans are right to be angry about the death of exclusive games. And I was kind of slammed for that article by other creators because they were like, oh, you're gatekeeping the games and that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, you kind of you do, in theory, want to have a competitive industry, right? And it just felt like Xbox was not willing to compete anymore. And they were doing things that, maybe make sense in a spreadsheet, but don't take a long-term view of the health of the platform. And I think sometimes you have to take a longer-term view than Microsoft in general does, And I think this is a Microsoft issue all up, where they have a quarterly thought process. The share price is really big these days. Back in the day, they did take a longer view because the share price was practically nothing. But now there's like so many billions of dollars invested in the company. They do think a little bit more with the quarterly mindset. And I think what we've seen is the damage, not just to Xbox, but honestly Windows and other aspects of Microsoft's business, where they have this quarterly mindset. And that's an issue from the top down, But I've kind of seen from my conversations with Xbox and Microsoft figures that there are green shoots, not just on the Xbox side, but also the Windows side. With the AI, the micro slop meme and all that kind of shit. There is green shoots of them admitting it's deeply fucked up, because it's not just Xbox. It's their entire consumer business is stressed right now because they don't know their arse from their elbow, as we say in Britain. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
We forgot to stop and do our little housekeeping, so we'll do it really quickly and get back to the discussion. This week's sponsor is Surfshark, but no ad read this week. Just let people know that the deal is still on. If people want to protect themselves online, they can use a VPN. We have the deal with Surfshark for 86% off 2 years, right, Jez?
Yeah, that's correct. And well, I'd say you can pin that in the YouTube chat, but I can't actually type because the browser's crashed.
Yeah.
What's the deal with YouTube's chat, man? It's
I
so
don't know.
laggy.
It's
Right, there we
pretty
go.
awful.
Refresh.
But anyways, yeah.
Pin that
It's in the comments. It's in the description if you guys want to support the show and protect yourself online. I don't even see. Oh, there it is. Pin message. All right. Oh, and my YouTube chat just crashed. Of course it did. Because why would it? Why would it stay up?
YouTube needs to fix that shit because at least, like, despite all the issues that Twitch has, at least the website generally works.
Yeah. But we also got to do our shout outs for our Patreon members at patreon.com/XB2. Question and answer thread is up. So if you got something to say, head over there to say it. I know the extra podcast this month has been, we didn't really do, I don't think any, because Jez was busy with work and doing that stuff. And also there's
we were
a lot of family stuff I've been dealing with this week, where Tuesdays I just wasn't available this week whatsoever. So hopefully that'll be lifted. There's still a lot of family things going on between just stuff with health of family members and things of that nature. So
I've got we did miss like the extra shows this month because of the travel and the issues Rand's been dealing with, but I do have some shows that are pre-recorded from interviews I've done.
Dude, I remember when you told me that you were about to do Xbox 2+1 with Clown from Slipknot like 2 weeks ago. I was like, get the fuck out of here. No way. What? Like, you think it, because you're like, you never guess what sort of person I've lined up. And you've told me like you got lined up with this, that, and the third. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, and you got Clown from Slipknot. I'm like, excuse me? I'm like, you're right. I never would have guessed that in a million years. Okay.
Yeah, that's funny. I was so shocked when I got that email in my inbox, but but also like we're hoping to get Reese Elliott from Alinea Analytics on the show next week, so that should be interesting, talking about data points and the health of the industry and how Xbox is doing with regards to Game Pass and their analytics tracking. And also I want to learn more about their methodology, because sometimes Alinea's figures have been controversial, so that should be an interesting show. And then, I'm going to Japan the week after, but after then we should be back on track.
Big news then. Big news is going to drop. You're going to be in Japan.
Yeah.
Something's going to drop on the flight over. That's for sure. Everybody get prepared.
Well, big news will drop because that week is GDC.
Oh, yeah, and Xbox does have a lot of GDC stuff.
Yeah, there is going to be news that week. And then I suppose after GDC, it's the run up to the Xbox June showcase, which is going ahead as normal, and it's also going to be it's going to be a bit different this year from what I've heard, and because of the 25th anniversary. So,
do you still think they're going to have a 25th anniversary like stream, like an event?
Yes.
You think so? Okay.
I do.
That will be if they do have one. That'll be where I think they announced like hardware. But then again, they did say in your interview that they have hardware announcements coming soon. But then again, what does soon mean to a company like Xbox? I don't know. Who knows what their timetable is for all that sort of stuff? Who really knows? You know who I expect to see back at Xbox, honestly? Major Nelson, Larry Erb. I could easily see him getting rehired by Microsoft as like the whole return to Xbox thing and the roots and all that stuff. It'd be an easy PR win to get like him back. The fans like him and stuff, and I could easily kind of view him as like the MC for the summer showcase. Major Nelson's back, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Because he was. I did see he was at the Tuesday Xbox All Hands meeting. He was there, even though he doesn't work at Xbox anymore. Because he's looking for a job because he got recently laid off from Unity. So I would not be shocked at all if one of these days you see a thing where it's like Major Nelson's back at Xbox.
I hope so, man.
You know?
I hope so. Like, Well, this is exactly the cornerstone of what I kept saying, and like we're going to talk about the interview more in a bit, but she kept volunteering this concept of community and core, community and core. She kept volunteering that. I wasn't like leading her to say that. She kept volunteering it,
Yeah.
which
Oh,
if you are gonna double down on community, you need someone like Major Nelson to really be the ears and the internal voice for the community. And I know Microsoft has employees that do that, and they are good at their job. But um, if they are doubling down on community and want to have a visible face attached to that, there's no better man for the job than Major Nelson.
I,
Let's be real.
I forgot. I forgot the shout outs for the Xbox 2 MVPs. So we'll do
Oh
that
yeah,
now
do
real
that.
quickly. We got Adam Bartolo, Alon, Alaron Grogu, Army Dude 52C, Ace T and Madison, Battered Haddock, Briggs Country, Bright Tundra 1, Silas, Discarded Caboose, NX, Fantasticals, Foreign Object, Glenn, Governor Grimm, iMike Zero, Inner Machine, Jay Foley, James Moore, James Wiseau, Justin Duel, K-Trox, Laserwolf, Pat Rock, Frosty, RS Donk, Sean Kramer, Shay Elephant, Shrapnel, The Nordic Cannon, Trixar for Trey, William Kukendall, Wagerman, and Wolfgame KPZ. Thank you guys for your continued support. I'm sure somebody's favorite thing here is me mispronouncing people's names or mispronouncing things in general or saying things backwards. The Lexia,
Maybe when people sign up for that tier, I need to get them to actually say how their name's pronounced, so we can help you along with that.
Yeah.
Paris in the chat as well. Paris said he'd be good for the job to be the voice of the Xbox community. I like that.
Yeah, there's Paris Lilly. Thank you, by the way, Paris, for being on. He was everywhere. He was on Kind of Funny, and then he did his own show with Danny, and then he was gracious enough to come talk about all that stuff with us this past Friday. So it's always cool to talk gaming with Paris.
Yeah, Paris to the go.
So let me see. I think some of these things are still packing. Oh, God, YouTube crashed again. Of course it did. This is crazy. How many times has it crashed already?
It's moving fast today. Maybe that's why.
Okay, we got Face 23 PKNY. Thoughts on Sony's PSSR2 rivaling FSR Digital Foundry? Covered it in Resident Evil Requiem being the first game to use it. PSSR 2.0 releasing in March with the system level toggle. Honestly, Face, I don't know anything about it. I did see that Resident Evil Requiem, at least from Digital Foundry, says that the Pro version is significantly better than the other versions of the game, except for the PC version. And that it is using PSSR2. But outside of that, I don't really follow the tech stuff at all. So I don't really have any thoughts on it. I mean, I guess it's good for the people that have invested $700 or $750 into a PS5 Pro. So it seems, that they're beginning their money's worth on the system they bought. Because, there were instances of certain games not looking good or the patches screwing up certain stuff with that. So, I mean, good on Sony for basically delivering, I guess, what was promised with that system. So, otherwise, I don't really know much about it. I don't really watch Digital Foundry much. I don't know. I'm just not really into that whole tech side of the stuff. So,
yeah, I mean, I'm the same way, but I will say this: like, I obviously I reviewed Resident Evil Requiem on Xbox Series X.
What'd you think of?
Oh my god, like visually, like absolutely mind blowing.
Am I gonna love it, bro? I haven't started it yet. Am I gonna love it?
Fair
love Resident Evil is like one of my favorite franchises. It would be my top 5 franchise for sure.
Well, obviously no spoilers here, but I love the game. Is it perfect? Not quite, I don't think. I don't think the dual protagonist experiment they kind of did. And obviously Resident Evil's had dual protagonists since the beginning, right? But the way this one works is that their playstyles are wildly divergent. I think sometimes it just doesn't work that well. And sometimes it's like be really jarring. Not just because it's not just gameplay, it's like the story delivery is different too. Like it's like very sort of slow paced, methodical, old school horror when you're playing as Grace, and then it's like the over the top action, ridiculous,
But they,
crazy
do
stunts.
they not like balance each other well enough? Where like you have the slower paced survival horror aspect of Graces, and then like you have enough of that, and you're like, all right, now it's the over top the action. I'm Leon, and
Well,
I'm kicking zombies
uh,
across the room with my feet. You know?
when it
Then
works, it really works. But the problem is sometimes they'll be like there'll be a story beat or something which you kind of thinking like, oh, this should be a little bit more serious or more evocative, and then it'll palate cleanse you with the most ridiculous, over the top bullshit, which kind of for me undermines some of the honestly the narrative risks they're taking with this game. They do some pretty dark shit in this game,
mm,
and then it gets undermined by comic book Michael Bay kind of stuff. It's a video game though. At the end of the day, it's not trying to be high cinema, but for me, that was the only but that's the only criticism I have. The gameplay is amazing. The visuals are just mind blowing, especially in like the sort of smaller areas, like the more enclosed areas. Um, the amazing lighting, amazing character models, great character acting. Combat is fantastic. I fucking loved it. You know, Resident Evil is just fantastic.
you think it was
So yeah.
better than Village? You like it better than Village?
Ooh,
You like it better than Resident Evil
ooh,
7? Because according to
ooh.
Metacritic, it's the highest rated original Resident Evil game since 4, back when 4 came out in 2005 or 2004,
Okay,
not
so
counting the
I
remakes and
know
stuff.
I know that I'm not gonna be um I know that I'm probably in the minority here, but I preferred Resident Evil 7 and 8, right? I think
Well, you're not in the minority with me. I like 7 more than 8. Seven's one of my favorite. Like it's
I
tough
mean
if
over
you're to like
9. I meant over 9.
rate Resident Evil games. It's like Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 4, right? Are
Yeah.
either like 1A or 1B. Like some days it's Resident Evil 4, some days it's Resident Evil 2. And then it's like, man, what's
I
after
love
that? Because
Resident Evil
Resident Evil
7 and 8.
1 is classic. Resident Evil 7, but then like Code Veronica's great. And maybe like the original Resident Evil 3, not the remake of 3. Like they're all like super high quality. But I am someone who preferred Resident Evil 7 over 8. Yes, I did like that game over Village.
Well, I preferred 7 and 8 over 9. I think I preferred it's weird, right? I think 8 is the better game, but I still preferred 7. Does that make sense? I think
Yeah.
I prefer the sort of slower paced, more classic style Resident Evil.
So
But I
how did
know
you play?
I prefer I don't like 4 that much. Which I know
did you
that's a
do the
weird
thing
take.
where like Grace is first person and Leon is third person, or did you set
Yep.
them both the third or both the first?
Well, I set them both to third for most of my playthrough. Because honestly, the character models are so good. Um, and like for example with Grace, like when she's got the lighter, the light shines through her hair realistically with like the realistic like diffusion amongst the strands of her hair. And like when she's there's parts where you're underwater, you end up underwater for a bit and like the hair's wet and all that kind of thing. Like it felt almost like a waste to not play it in third person because they'd done such an amazing job with the character models. So, and the animations and I you know, Resident Evil was always third person. But at the same time, it is it's great that they let you do that. I
Yeah.
love that they let you do that. And it's a fantastic game. It
I,
hits all those right notes. There's so much nostalgia in it. There's throwbacks. Um I think they got away with themselves a little bit of like celebrating some of Leon's more wacky stuff. Like Leon makes quips
of
and
course.
dad jokes
Yeah, it's
non-stop.
Leon, bro. Come
And
on.
it's fine. It's fine, but it's also like it's not what I enjoyed about Resident Evil. But again, I knew this is subjective stuff, and that's why like I didn't mark it down for that in the review because I know I'm in the minority there. But I did think that sometimes the way it flips back and forth between humor and really dark shit.
How long is
Kind
the
of
game?
undermine
How
me
long was
for
your
a bit.
playthrough? 15 hours, give or take?
About I honestly I did rush it a bit because I had so much on. So I was about 12 hours, 13 hours. I did miss a ton of stuff actually. There was a part where I was like I was like shit. I should be I could backtrack here and there's loads of stuff I could find. I won't spoil the area of the game where this was, but when Resident Evil 9 is playing to the strengths of what Resident Evil is, which is that sort of, backtracking, unlocking doors, and going back to find previous stuff. The game is so strong in that regard. I was worried it was going to
Oh,
be like overly linear, a bit like how Resident Evil 5 was. I was a bit worried about that, but because like the intro is quite long, it's about like an hour long or so, and that the intro is quite linear, and I was thinking like, oh god, it's going to be like Resident Evil 5 where it's quite linear, but then you get to the first mansion, and it's like, oh, actually, this is hardcore old school Resident Evil, fantastic. So then I was really in my element, but yeah, if you put the time in to do like all the unlocks and stuff, you could run this game multiple times. And I think Gene Park,
yeah, I
who's
saw he
who's
beat the
who's
game like 9 times.
nine times,
He
yeah.
like beat it
He's
all the different because I know the achievements are like, hey, beat the game in under 4 hours, beat the game without using healing, or all those the Resident Evil games have those things where it's like beat the game without healing or without doing this sort of thing. They're always fun to do, right? Like
yeah.
kind of just speed running stuff. I always try to do those. But really quickly, I don't know if you saw this. I see it 24 minutes ago.
Mm.
Overwatch has announced a collab with Nier.
What?
Yeah, yeah. At least that's what it is. Overwatch X Project Yorha
Holy shit.
Nier collab coming March 10th.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
And I'm seeing looking at the comments and they're like Overwatch comeback needs to be studied. Holy shit. it, did you see this? It's got
No, I didn't. That's crazy. Oh my god, man. Overwatch is absolutely on fire right now.
I don't
I
know.
was
Do you
actually going to say earlier, like the whole ABK thing with Xbox, and we can kind of, you said we can chart the downward trajectory of Xbox as a platform in direct correlation to the ABK acquisition, right? But I'm a huge Blizzard fan, so I'm in my feelings about this because I feel like Blizzard hasn't been popping off this hard in maybe a decade. You know, they've like all the things that for whatever reason they couldn't do under ABK, under Kotick, they've been on fire, man. Like Diablo getting a new class after 25 years. Like World of Warcraft just had a new expansion, which by the way is really great so far. And Overwatch having this massive comeback streak. Like, and then you sort of like look at Xbox and it's like, damn. Is this what it took to save Blizzard? Was just killing Xbox? Kind of sad to think of it that way. Oh man. But
but yeah,
maybe Xbox can look at the way Blizzard's reconnected with its community, because that is a big part of it. And when you say the comeback of Overwatch needs to be studied, I would hope it's Xbox who's studying that shit, because god damn, that's what a turnaround, man.
yeah. I saw that. I was like, oh, Jez is gonna love this. We got some more super chats. We got a lot of them actually. We got Rymouth X who says, "Grats on 400. Jez, you're one of the best. Keep going. And as always, epic treasure is a bay." Thank you.
Yeah.
We got
Epic
JD
Treasure
Gamer
is awesome.
says, "Congrats on 400 episodes. Xbox will be great. Asha is a person that wins. All she does is win, and she's bringing that to Xbox. Expect a whole new day."
New day.
Dirt Greg, but I don't think that's Dirt Greg. It just says Dirt Greg. Congrats on the 400th episode, homies. Thank you. Xbox Nation says, "Congrats on 400, gents. My go-to every week and an inspiration for me to start my stuff a couple years back. Here's to another 400. It's always cool to hear that.
Thanks, buddy.
People, we inspired people. It's like, what have we inspired them to do? Like,
That's humbling.
yeah.
Inspired them to season their food, maybe?
Well, Well, you're certainly not inspiring anyone to beat your games. That's for sure. I gotta one to pick up the slack on that. Speaking of that,
Inspire them to eat baked beans. Delicious.
So I played last week. I talked about Reanimal. You weren't here for that because I beat that game. Enjoyed it quite a bit. Definitely way more than Little Nightmares 3. If you enjoy those style games, I really recommend it. Although I don't really. It's odd because the game's co-op. You can play it online, but I don't really think it benefits from being co-op at all. It's like maybe
for couples.
I don't even know. Like, there's really no co-op functionality in the game outside of, you need to pull, like, to get to the next area, you need to both be at the thing to go through. Like, there's no. I sort of feel that It Takes Two and Split Fiction has sort of ruined co-op games forever. Because those games are distinctly made with co-op in mind, where you need to work together to progress through the level and solve puzzles. But then you get a game like this that has used like AI companions before in like Little Nightmares 2, but there's no like co-op puzzles where one person needs to do one thing to do something else. Like the only co-op stuff in there is like, oh, here's a higher ledge, let me boost you up. There's like, so it sort of felt like they built the game with an AI companion, and then at some point decided we can include co-op in this. But I quite enjoyed it. I really like those type of games. I like the visuals, like the vibe, the darkness of it and stuff. So that, for anybody that didn't hear last week, really enjoyed Reanimal. I'm obviously, as someone who enjoys extraction shooters now, I guess I'm an extraction shooter guy. I got like almost 400 hours in Ark. We checked out Marathon last night.
Oh. How was that for you?
Well, so we played like three or four games, and then we deleted it because here's the thing: so here's the thing: it's not we deleted
End of statement.
Well, it's not we deleted it because we weren't happy with what was there. It's because we want to experience the game when it comes out. Like, I don't understand the people in this like server slam that are going to try to max out everything and do it all, because you just got to do it all again. So it's like, to me, we got a taste of what it offers.
Like benefits?
You get like exclusive. You get exclusive charms if you reach certain levels, but nothing transfers over outside of that. So when we were playing it last night, my buddy's like, I already bought the game, and my other buddy has the collector's edition, and I'm like, yeah, I'm probably gonna get it. Does it have its problems? Absolutely. Like, when you get into that and you start, like, it is overwhelming with information. It's very unintuitive when you start playing it. The art style is going to be love or hate. Like, some people are absolutely going to love the art style that Marathon has, and they're going to be like, oh man, it's dripping with sauce, because it really, like, no other game looks like it. But then it might be too loud for people, like the art style. Some people are definitely not going to enjoy it, but coming from Ark, so we played Marathon and then we went right back to Ark. It was just so clear how much Ark gets right in regards to certain things. Like, the menus are kind of awful, especially on a controller. Like, that does the Destiny thing where it's like a mouse cursor or whatever, and the menus are kind of convoluted until you feel like you've had enough time with them. But even in Ark, like, which didn't take that time. It's like, I can see an item on the ground and I know what it is. But in this game, I'm constantly having to read everything. Be like, okay, what is this? And like, what do I need this for? So it slows down the process of getting things quickly, and and then maybe just because you don't know the game, but
you get used to that, right?
Well, some of it, but it's just, I wasn't blown away, because the gunplay's good. It's like, it may not be as high as Destiny, but the gunplay's pretty damn good. The movement, however, it felt a little slow. I definitely felt like the movement's better in Ark. And so we're all like, all right, we're going to give this game a try when it comes out at $40. So at that point, we're like, well, we don't need to play this anymore, because that's another thing. I don't want to have to redo all the stuff I did. Like, there's this game has a setup where like doing contracts is important. Where this is how you kind of like level up. You get rewards for doing them, but it's also how like you upgrade your character. So like a lot of that stuff is locked behind, like there's 7 different factions, so you got to do the factions to level up, and then you can upgrade your character. Well, that's not the case in Ark, where like the quests aren't even really anything spectacular. You know, they usually go here, do something, but the quests in Ark just would give you items, and these seem to give you better items. But considering like upgrading your characters locked behind them, it's something you want to do. So we're like, well, let's just play a couple games and then be done with it. Like we did get into a couple PvP fights, and it is very difficult to tell sometimes of like what is an AI shooting at you and then what is a human shooting at you, because it's not, you know, in Ark you have like the machines, so you exactly know what they are, and then like real people. And this one, like the real people kind of look like the AI. So there's like, you could be like, oh, is that AI or is that a person? You just kind of got to watch how they run and how they walk or whatever. So it's not clear delineation where, in the other game, it's like, oh, I see a person. They may be friendly, but also like we could go kill them and take their stuff. So I definitely can understand why there is a mixed reception to this. Because even myself, I was sort of mixed. I was just like, there are aspects of this game I like the gunplay, the lore seems really interesting, which they stuck all this great lore behind a extraction shooter, which is quite odd. I'm not exactly over the moon with the art style. The PvP we have gotten into was fun, but it is brief. And you have these abilities because you have like these shells, which are like, have different stuff you can do, but if you don't really run into people in your match, you don't really use the abilities, so Asana almost kind of feels like useless to a certain extent. But so I understand why there is this mixed thing, and like I was looking at the numbers today, and it seems like the numbers have halved already. And it's like, is that really? Because I think yesterday at this point in time, it had like 140,000 people. Now there's like 170,000. So people got their time with it, and they're like, I don't know about this. Or maybe they're like me, they're like, well, I'm going to buy the game, so why am I going to play 20 hours of this thing?
For stuff that I'll eventually lose. But, it's weird, though, because Battlefield Server Slam pretty much maintained, and I think it grew.
I mean, I even think the Ark Raiders stuff as well. But then again, I felt the same. Ark Raiders, I famously said, I was like, I don't know about this game when I played it. And then, like, here I am, 400 hours in. I've loved the game and play it every night. Oh, that's going to come to an end because I got to play Resident Evil, but
well,
we'll see.
Exactly. And on the flip side, everyone was hyped for Battlefield and dropped off a cliff. So sometimes you just never know for sure how something's going to go down, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess like the one thing is like the game's convoluted. Like you're going to have to figure stuff out, and it's that can be daunting to a lot of people. It may be daunting to people that just kind of want to get in and play. It's definitely not going to be the casual game. So it's like, and I don't know how much that affects it, because at least with free to play, you get people in and they'll churn, like kind of what happened with Highguard, where you have 100,000 people playing right away, but then the next day it's down to 4,000 because people are just like, well, whatever. I played a couple games, I didn't like it, I'm moving on to something else. At least with this one, you have to pay for it. But then that comes the problem where if everything's mixed, a lot of people aren't going to want to spend the money on it, so that might impact how well it does. And then, if there's a population, because the one thing about Ark is you get games fast. They got all these different maps and different versions of stuff and trios, duos, and solo queues, where this one, you can do duos, but you're at a disadvantage because it's going to put you at trios. There's no duo lobby, essentially. So, like, when I found that out, I was like, well, that doesn't make me want to do duos. If we come across a team of 3, they're going to probably most likely wipe us. So that seems like I need to play this with 3, and my group is kind of one person's on earlier and then gets off when the other person comes on. So it's like, what's the population of this game going to be? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it'll be a hit still, but I definitely don't think it's going to be Ark Raiders sized. And who knows, like maybe if the Server Slam numbers continue to go down, that might be a very, very worrisome thing for them. So we'll see how that goes. So
yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see for sure. We got we got Blade who says, "Crack, congrats on 400. I'm the one who sent the super chat to Kind of Funny so they would address it. Lol, I was disappointed. Thanks for all the content. Appreciate you."
Thank you,
dude. Face says, "Xbox as a platform is alive and will console may be dead eventually though." You know what, Face? We'll also all be dead at some point too, buddy. You know what I mean? Things come and things go, my man. Will the console be dead eventually? If I had to bet, I'd say yeah. But I've been saying that for a long time. You listen to the show, I think I've always said that this Magnus, or whatever its code name, I've always been of the opinion that this was the last first-party Xbox console they would ever make. Now, that was under the previous administration. Does that change now with Asha on board? Do they double down more on hardware than they were doubling down on hardware? I don't know. Are they removing hardware? But I've been of the opinion it's the last one for quite some time. So, nothing lasts forever. But yeah, that wouldn't be new to me. We got Rave Damos says,
it will last forever though.
What, this podcast? No, it won't.
World of Warcraft, baby.
Oh God, World of Warcraft. Don't even talk about that. Don't even talk about it. Rave Damos says, Rand and Jazz 400 and T. Thank you. Mr. Supernova says, Jazz, when will we get the good news that Rand has started playing Pokemon and following the stories and lore of World of Warcraft? You'll never get that. I did see that they announced a new Pokemon, but it's not coming this year. It's coming next year. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Pokemon Water and Pokemon Squirt or something? What were the names of it?
What's it called? It's called Wind and Waves.
Wind and Waves. Okay. What a name. Hey, you want to get on the Wind and Waves of Pokemon? Wow.
It's
Sword and Shield, Wind and Waves. Such great names.
Have they ever announced a Pokemon game this far in advance of it launching? Like, coming in 2027? I mean, visually, it looks like...
You want to play Pokemon Brick and Mortar? No? What about Mud and Dirt? Who comes up with these names?
Brick and Mortar?
Tell me that the names were better back in the day. Or were like Pokemon Black and White or Pokemon Red and Blue or something?
Maybe they're read out of dichotomies. I mean, you could have Pokemon.
What's this one? Pokemon Water and Waves?
Water and Waves.
I mean, is that a dichotomy?
No,
I mean, it's wind and waves.
Winds and waves.
Winds and waves. The winds cause waves.
It's like oceanic, by the looks of it. I'll be straight up, and I got to give Donataku his flowers, even though I slandered Nintendo.
No, we never give Donataku his flowers.
I'm giving him flowers, man. I'm giving him flowers. I slandered Nintendo relentlessly, but I have to admit, it looks pretty good.
Oh my God! Here we go. Are you?
It looks pretty good.
No.
My thing was always like I felt insulted by Nintendo. I felt like they make.
But Donataku's going to say Nintendo doesn't have anything to do with the game. It's the Pokemon company.
Yeah, whatever.
It's the dev who's making Beast of Reincarnation, right?
Yeah, which looks
game
visually
freak.
Fairly impressive, right?
It looks like a modern game, not. I
don't care. Nintendo benefits from Pokemon. They have a vested interest in making it good.
Jez is out here for his eventual face turn to loving Nintendo again and being a big Yeah, you're face turning right now, dude.
No, but I'm just saying, right? I felt insulted by Nintendo. You're setting up
your face turn.
I felt like they were making all this money and they were nickel and diming the fans, and it irritated me that nobody really pushed back on that. They were still selling millions and millions of copies. I was like, demand better, fuck's sake. And look at like Monster Hunter Stories 3 as a benchmark for the visuals in that kind of experience, right? I know Monster Hunter Stories 3 is not exactly the same as Pokemon, but it's in that vein, right? You collect monsters in some form. So that was kind of my angle, but it does look like they're sort of taking some of that feedback on board and maybe trying to just stop resting on their laurels a bit and actually deliver a game that looks vaguely modern. So yeah, I'll give Donataku his flowers, man. And maybe Nah. I'm still not gonna buy a Switch for it, but I think the era of me buying consoles just for one game is well and truly over. But um, I'm happy for Pokemon fans that it looks like they might get a game that looks vaguely modern.
Hmm.
Mm.
We'll see how that goes then. I anticipate a nice face turn from you, and you'll be lovey-dovey with Nintendo, and
Nah,
yeah.
no,
Suddenly, we'll
I
be
don't think
changing the
we're
podcast
getting
name to the Switch 2. Oh wait,
the Switch 2. I think
yeah,
Nintendo's loyal
yeah.
too.
Nintendo would probably be like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute, you can't do that.
We call it the SW2. Hey, the SW2 here.
The Nintendo.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We
Let's
have super chat
move on.
here from the one and only Gaming Circle podcast, which I believe is Keasante. Congratulations to the OG Dynamic Duel. We all 400 episodes is quite the achievement. A lot of us joined this space because of you two. Here's to 400 more, boys.
Yeah, you guys
Man,
rock, man.
we're the old guard, Jez. The OGs. Been doing
I think
this
I
a long
met
time.
Keasante at Gamescom last year.
Yeah, I believe
Again?
he was there. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we hung out, yeah. Hung out with
Good guy. Great
Insider
guy.
Gaming, Tom
Him,
Henderson, and
him and
Jesse, and
Everborn Saga.
yeah,
The
yeah,
new
yeah.
Dynamic too. What else we got here? God, my thing's about to crash. Oh, it crashed again. Wonderful. Kevin Aruju says, "Hey, Rand and Jez, do you think the higher cost of Game Pass had anything to do with Phil leaving the business early? Thanks for the great show." Yeah, there was. Greg did say that it wasn't planned or whatever, but I feel like Phil leaving was planned. I feel like how and when it went down was the part that was unplanned. The part that was just, hey, by the way, it's happening this Friday and Phil's gone on Monday. Like, I feel like that was the unplanned part.
Well, Ryan McCaffrey at IGN had it exclusively, which, then it filtered around PR. We got it, I suppose, because of that. And I think The Verge got it, and I think Bloomberg got it because it started filtering around Xbox or whatever. And then, so it does, from what I heard, it was planned that they'd have an all hands on Tuesday where they'd announce all this stuff. But the way it went down on Friday was definitely not planned, I don't think.
Yes. I always
Taku says I'll get Nintendo Switch 2 for Pokemon and Dustbloods. Will I?
Dustbloods. Ugh.
I've got an Xbox Ally, man. I mean, do I need two handhelds in my life? Kind of not. But
well, since you're not doing your face turn, just ask Nintendo for a unit.
I don't think Nintendo even do that.
You never know. You won't know till you ask. Be like, hey, I'm a lapsed Nintendo fan, a lapsed Pokemon fanboy. I'd love to blah 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 blah. Here's Windows Central, and they'll be like, of course, Jez, we would love it. Yeah, here's a system.
That's how my career started, Rand.
What, you begging Nintendo for something?
No, I didn't beg for something, but
okay.
This is literally how my career started. I sent Stephen Elop, the head of Nokia, an email saying, when is Windows Phone going to stop having exclusivity on the Mass Effect mobile game? Because I want to play it on my HTC. And Stephen Elop replied, and this is like, I'm going back like 15 years here or something. Stephen Elop replied and was like, I can't comment on third-party exclusive games, but I will send you a Nokia 32, a Nokia 920, Lumia 920, so you can play the game, the Mass Effect game. So I was like, oh shit, that's cool. And then I started writing about Windows Phone, and that's how my career started. So, Nintendo sent me a Switch. Maybe I become the huge Switch blogger, man. I don't know.
Hey, Downtaku will get it all sorted. He knows everyone at Nintendo, so he'll get you one.
Is he on their Shield team?
I don't know. He might be. We have, let's see here. Yeah, Don Tucker says Jez is Pokemon back if it never left. Jez, you're good at Nintendo Switch with Pokemon Duskbloods. STVO says love the show as always, guys. Thank you. Good old Collinwood says careful, Rand. Too much praise will have you pronouncing Pokemon creature names again. I ain't praising anything. What are you talking about? I'm not praising shit.
Ah, man. Oh man, it is funny making Rand pronounce things.
Adam Defunded, member 14 months, says, did you see how Sony labels new single player games as exclusive with no PC mention? Sony seems to prevent the next Xbox from playing their games. So like there's
that was a big topic, yeah.
Unpack there. Might as well talk about it now, right? Well, let me see what the other ones I missed here. We'll talk about that. We have Adam Defunded, who says, can you give us some more info about when you chatted with the new Xbox? I'm still kind of unsure about her Twitter reaction since it all feels a bit too polished, like it was crafted by a PR team or even AI. We're definitely going to be talking about that, so for sure.
I'll address that because
go ahead.
I think you'll be interested. I mean when we talk about it, because I think you'll be interested in my response. But we'll talk about it as part of the wider discussion about the interview.
Right. Cody Bishop says, any thoughts on WB game sale with Paramount? Yeah, did you see that, Jez? The Netflix.
I didn't.
Paramount. So Warner Brothers accepted Paramount's new bid, and then Netflix basically just said, all right, cool, we're done. And we're not up in our bid anymore. So they basically washed their hands of it. So now Paramount won the bid for Warner Brothers.
Oh shit.
And I think I just saw something where Paramount just paid the breakup fee because Netflix, I guess if it was broken up, Netflix would get like a $2.5 billion payout. And I think I just read something where Paramount just had to pay that or something to them. Now, there are people basically implying that the Netflix CEO yesterday had a meeting at the White House. And we know that a lot of creatives and a lot of the theater stuff has written in about like, hey, you can't allow this to the regulators. So like, the conspiracy theory is that basically went there and the government told them, yeah, we're not going to let this go through. So when Warner Bros. Accepted the Paramount's better offer, Netflix was just like, we're not going to bother because we've already been told it's been, they're going to block it regulator wise. So we'll take our breakup fee and move on. So
how does that mean Paramount owns the game studios now?
Yeah, yes.
And what else does Paramount own? I'm not that familiar with Paramount. I know I'm
not very much familiar with Paramount either, but I mean they've bought some stuff recently. They have the UFC deal. I mean they own a lot. If this does go through, I mean there's still regulated things they got to go through, but I mean. They would own a lot with them buying Warner Brothers, so
it's true.
Yeah, we'll see what WB Games. Who knows? Is Paramount interested in running a game division? Because we sort of know Netflix kind of wasn't, and Netflix even said they didn't even put like the value of WB Games into their offer because they didn't value it. So does Paramount value it? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah. I guess I'm not too surprised by how this panned out because it definitely seemed like people didn't want Netflix to get it because they felt Netflix would ruin the theatrical experience because Netflix is all about putting stuff on their service. So there's definitely people who are like, I love going to movies. Are like, no, Netflix would kill it. James Cameron wrote a letter about how Netflix would destroy it, and a lot of the movie stars and a lot of the theaters. So there was that aspect of it, and they got what they wish because Paramount says they're gonna release 30 films a year, which is like I don't see that happening either. And they already kind of said that there's going to be massive layoffs. So like and Paramount supposedly has a blacklist that they have where certain actors aren't going to work, that they don't want to work with certain actors and stuff, and. I think I said when we originally talked about this, I would rather have Warner Brothers just stay independent because it definitely seemed like you're looking at the lesser of two evils, and in my opinion, it was like I thought Netflix was the better one because personally, I don't care about the movie going experience. So if Netflix ruined theaters, I wouldn't give a shit because I don't care about that.
Mm-hmm.
So Netflix, I think, was like, man, imagine having all that content and stuff. It'd be great. It was all in one spot where you wouldn't need multiple stuff, but it didn't go down that way. So Paramount has it. So hopefully the people that wanted that, it's not a monkey's paw wish like ABK was with Xbox, where you're like, yeah, let's go ABK, and then we all know how that ended up. So yeah. What else we got here? We got Electron Bandit says, congrats on the big 400. Everything I watched an episode of Wheel of Time, I thought of Rand, and every time I see a can of baked beans, I think of Jez. Thanks for the memories, gents. Tilt-a-watt.
It goes right.
Yeah, that's awesome. Peon33R says, Jez, you're one of my favorite. Keeps going. I guess I'm chopped liver then. Didn't even mention me. Okay, that's fair enough. Can have favorites. Brent says, if Jez starts a Nintendo podcast, it has to be called the Switchblade podcast, so they know it's a Brit-run Nintendo podcast. We got Scarcely Relevant member for 71 months. Says, congrats for episode 400, boys, and celebrating over 70 months as a member. That's amazing. It's amazing. So let's talk about this PC thing with Sony real quickly before we delve into mostly all the Xbox stuff, right? By the way, if you join the show, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. So I remember we talked about this back in November last year.
We did.
'Cause I think I told you I heard a rumor that PlayStation was pulling back from PC. Not only that, but they were kind of like pulling back from multi-platform releases in general, like Xbox and everything, and PC and stuff. I told you about it, and I think you mentioned it on the show because I think you also heard a rumor about it. And
yeah,
I think it did make the news rounds. I think people were specifically like quoting you about it, and then I think they did announce a game for PC, and we were like, "Is this what you're talking about?" Like, those ports aren't like made in advance or whatever. But now, Jason Schreier. Well, yeah, Jason Schreier basically he said it in a podcast, but then he like clarified in a post, basically saying it's not speculation, right? And I think I don't know who else has come out to say anything more about it. But I mean, Jason Schreier is a great source, anyways. I mean, if he says something's happening, you can usually take it to the bank, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think about this? I mean, for you, you're always the one that said, I don't have space for a PlayStation. So I'll just play PlayStation games on my Xbox Ally or my Xbox Magnus. And now that seems that won't be happening because there's a chance Wolverine will never come to PC, and who knows about the games. It does seem like live service stuff will be on PC, and their smaller AA stuff, kind of like the kind of game, will be on PC, but maybe their first party big stuff won't be. So the God of War game, maybe the next big Horizon game, etc., won't be there. So I guess there's a couple questions. One, personally for you, about how do you feel about that? And then two, what do you think? Why do you think they made this decision?
Well, first of all, it was like we did talk about it in November, and you heard from a different person. I think you heard first, and then I heard from someone else that Sony was exploring pulling back. We put that on the podcast in November, and then a bunch of news sites picked it up. I walked it back because I only had one source. I had one source. That's not the bar for me. And it was just sort of a rumor we were discussing on the podcast in relevance to something else, right? That was kind of like, I was like, yeah, don't take this as gospel. I'm not really going to investigate this because PlayStation's not my beat, right? But it was a rumor that did seem to be floating around back in November. And obviously Jason did the legwork to actually find, the sourcing to sort of make it seem like it's actually definitely a thing that's probably on the docket. I'll say this. I think for PlayStation.
Oh, look at there. Mr. Console Peasant himself, Gaz. Did you see him? Gaz is all about I'm unshackled from console peasantry because he's PC Master Race now, right? 5090 and everything. But then he's like, oh, if Sony's games if Sony doesn't put their games on PC, I guess I'll just get a PlayStation and play them. So I'm like, you can say how much you're PC Master Race, Gaz, but deep down inside, you're still just a console peasant. You're still just a console peasant.
Oh man, poor guys.
I know, poor Gaz. We love
yeah,
Gaz, though.
shout out to guys.
Insider Gaming Gaz, nonetheless, now.
Insider Gaming Gaz.
Which
that's
he
right.
that caused a shitstorm, man. People did not want Gaz joining Insider Gaming for sure. Jesus Christ.
Yes, it's always controversial when people in the Xbox community do anything. I feel like these days. But anyways, it's what were we talking about again?
We're talking about
Sony
and PC.
Sony moving away.
Yeah.
So yeah, I am someone who's been like, well, I don't have a ton of space, and if Sony's bringing their games to PC, then I can wait, but at the same time, it's like I've waited for the games and then ended up not playing them really. I think one of the issues is the gaming industry is quite a lot, and I think you've said this before, Rand. It's kind of like people play what's a thing like now, right? And it's when something's in the backlog, it's very rare that it actually gets explored because people play the game that's current. And I think with Sony's strategy of putting games on PC later, it probably just wasn't working for them,
Mm-hmm.
I think if they were doing it day and day, they'd be making more money, but at the same time devaluing the console. So it's kind of like a catch-22. It's like, do you want to make fast money now and devalue what your long term, or do you want to like invest in your long term and at the cost of some short term cash? Clearly Xbox chose the latter, where it's like, we're going to go for short term cash at the cost of the Xbox brand. But Xbox can potentially afford to do that, being attached to Microsoft, which has like tons of money to throw around, and
I don't think that matters anymore, Jez.
Yeah, well,
I
but,
mean,
But I'm getting at. It's
sure.
it's well, at the same time, even on that point, like Microsoft doesn't need Xbox to survive. I would argue that if without PlayStation, Sony wouldn't have a fat lot left. So they have a vested interest to nurture what they've got in a more healthy way than I think Microsoft does. Has incentives to nurture Xbox in a healthy way. And it's sad to say that. But so yeah, it does sound like they experimented with it, decided actually this doesn't move the needle for us, and maybe it's doing more damage than is necessary, and let's just forget about this whole thing, except with regards to service games, because obviously service games do kind of need, with service games, it feels like they do need to have like this big zeitgeist, right? Big zeitgeist moment across all platforms. And PC is really where the zeitgeist becomes a thing. But at least for the single player games, it just doesn't sound like it was even worth bothering with for them. So not entirely unsurprising, really.
Well,
but it kind of puts a big dent in Xbox's narrative that they would have had, which would have been like, yeah, come to the next gen Xbox, we're gonna have PlayStation's games, right? That kind of goes out the window if this comes to fruition.
Yeah. Well, even like, the Steam machine. I sort of also wonder, what was, because I always kind of wondered, like, what is Sony's position about a consoleized version of the Steam machine and how they would view that. Did they view that as terms of like a competitor and a competition? Like,
that is competitor, yeah.
Well, because it's like they put their games on Steam. I don't know how many games PlayStation has on Steam, 20-something, 30-something, where they make money off of that. But now you're sort of like wading into PlayStation's water if you're putting out a consoleized version of a PC that potentially could take away from whatever PlayStation is doing. Maybe that had like a back of the mind sort of thinking, but I think it more comes down to they've been running this experiment for a while, and I think you can point to some of the games being successes, but not all of them. And I think maybe a lot of the recent ones not being a success. Like originally, the ports were years later, but there was a novelty to them. Like when Horizon Zero Dawn got first announced, it was like 4 years later but it was, oh my God, Sony's bringing their games to PC. We have to get this. So they get it, the God of War. Like, they started to port the backlog of the PS4 games over. And I think even like Sean Layden even admitted, maybe I'm wrong on this, that a lot of it had to do with kind of like advertising for the PS5, where it's like, we'll show you the old game and we have sequels coming out, so maybe we can entice some of these PC users to buy a PS5 to play God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Forbidden West and that stuff. And I don't know how successful that was, because you would think if you're true blue PC Master Racer, you wouldn't touch console. Like touch this console, well, Gaz pretends. Gaz pretends that, that's why he's cool with buying a PS5 Pro to play maybe like one game a year, because deep down, he's console peasant, right? But the true blue PC Master Racers are like, we ain't touching this shit. We're just not going to play those games. There's millions of games to play all the time, backlogs and everything. People will be like, I'll be fine not playing Wolverine or whatever, right? And as the window started to close and the novelty started to wear off, some of the games they ported didn't do very well. And I feel like the next step Sony had to make was day one for all their games. Like, they're already doing it for live service, which makes sense. They do it for some of their smaller AA game partner games like, Kenna and stuff. It was like the next step was to go...
Neo.
Yeah, the next step was to go day one. And I don't think they wanted to make that move for, that would be a big jump to put like the next God of War on PC. Even though it probably would be super successful, it's like, does it devalue the console? Does it devalue the brand overall? And I think that's partially the reasons why they decided to pull back and just being like, well, it's not worth it to us to go all the way on that. Like, so we're just, we'll do it where it makes sense, and then maybe in the back of the mind it's like, well, this will also stop Xbox's next system and the Steam machine from having any of our newer games.
I think it really is about the Steam machine, but if you look at is it Matthew
Ball?
Ball? It's not Ball, it's Ball, right? Not Bell. I'm bad at names, but his report was talking about like, how much spend is going through Steam right now, and it's a lot of spend. And like it or not, Steam is in direct competition with PlayStation for attention, and PlayStation's very, very much an ecosystem company, and nurturing and maintaining its ecosystem is absolutely critical, not just to PlayStation, but Sony all up. Unlike, Microsoft and Xbox, where they're just with Microsoft and Xbox, they're just trying to figure out where the next big growth spurt comes from, even if it means fucking everything up in the interim. I don't like that strategy, but I just kind of feel like that's the way they're doing it. Whereas Sony's being a lot more cautious. I mean, you see Microsoft doing this with artificial intelligence too. They're fucking up Windows to chase possibilities with AI, and they've been fucking up Xbox to chase possibilities, to chase growth, which may or may not exist. If some of the risky bets paid off, if Game Pass had hit 100 million, we'd probably be sitting there having a very different conversation right now.
Absolutely.
But
if Xbox had the mobile store, maybe Sarah Bond still is like the new person in charge and not gone, right?
Yeah. But a lot of that stuff was risky, pie in the sky, and the mobile store was just like, how are they ever going to get this past Apple and Google? Like, it just doesn't seem realistic at all, But hindsight, well, that's not even hindsight being 2020. Like, we kind of said that from the outset, right? But
I want to tie this into even like
Xbox
going multi-platform of, as the novelty of Sony games wore off of being on the platform, the sales lessened. Like, Stellar Blade did amazing. I think Stellar Blade was like the best-selling Sony PC game, because I think, the Gooner game, as they call it, right? And the people were waiting for that to come to PC so they can mod the fuck out of it, right?
You don't even need to mod that game.
But I mean,
It's
people
purely
do, as
traffic
people do. But
from the
my point is, like, as the novelty of PlayStation games on PC started to lose its luster, I think the sales like started to slow down because of it.
mm,
And it's like the next step was to do day one, where I think Resident Evil Requiem is like the Resident Evil's highest launch ever on Steam or whatever. I saw it was like over 300,000 concurrents. And we've even
that's
talked before about, remember, like with Horizon Forbidden West, was it Horizon Forbidden West came out, and then Elden Ring came out, and basically it was like they were like a week apart, and Horizon got 1 week of talk, and then basically was just nobody cared anymore because Elden Ring was everywhere. It was on PC day one, it was on PlayStation, Xbox, it was everywhere, and we sort of wondered how much bigger would like you sort of need to be on PC day one. We talked about that with Square Enix about the Final Fantasy games like should be here day one, but this is with Xbox, this sort of thing I'm also worried about. Whereas like I think as the novelty of Xbox games being on PlayStation starts to wear thin, then they're just like any other game in the store. Like
I do, yeah. I think like there are games that it works really well for, and it's not just a case of like, like Forza, for example. I would argue there's not a huge amount of competition for Forza.
sure, sure.
So I
But I
think
think
so.
also I think Forza also came out at a good time where there was still that. It still wasn't apparent that Xbox was basically going to do everything, because I still think they were still in the mind of like, well, it's just these 4 games, and Indiana Jones I think was announced at the time because so it still was kind of in that scenario of, well, it may not be everything, and then it was like Forza Horizon 5 came and whatever, and it's like super huge. But I think my point is I'm trying to like get to is like Avowed just came out, and I don't know how well Avowed did, and I think isn't South of Midnight supposed to come as well.
Yeah.
At that point, it's like you look at it, and I think the novelty starting to wear off. Where Gears Reloaded, like I think according to like Alenia Analytics, didn't light the world on fire. It didn't really sell very well on PlayStation. And if you had said that
It didn't sell very well on Xbox either.
well, I mean,
Is it free on Xbox?
it's free on Xbox if you own the remaster, and it was in Game Pass. But if you had told me like 3 years ago that a Gears 1 remaster would be on PlayStation, I'd be like, that game's gonna sell gangbusters. Gears, but it didn't. And then I'm starting to like, I start to think, well, it was like Halo suffer the same, and like I mentioned before about Wolverine and the placement there of like, well, what does that do for Gears if Gears is coming out after their Fable? Because before it was like, look at these Xbox games, you have to buy them. Like, oh my God, Sea of Thieves, Grounded or whatever. Oh, Forza Horizon and stuff. And I sort of wonder, just like with Sony's PC offerings, where the novelty wears away and they don't sell very good, is that also the same case for Xbox games on the PlayStation Store? Because then they just become one of millions of games that just release, and people who normally maybe who might be like, oh my God, it's an Xbox game, let me buy this. Where now it's just like, well, this game's competing with every other game on the store, and they don't sell. The sales start to taper off. You know what I mean? Like I sort of am curious if they've, like thought about that. I mean, I'm sure they have, but
here's my take on that stuff. Right, I think it's not only a case of novelty and things wearing off and people being bored of the idea of it. I think it's also like there's a big aspect of it is timing. Like with Horizon, for example, like Horizon dropped on top of Elden Ring, like it was never going to have a chance, right?
Sure.
And I think if you drop other games, if you did drop some Xbox remasters or re-releases on PlayStation after the fact, or vice versa, or on PC, I think it works if it's in a quiet time. If there's no like direct competitor, for example, if there's no like big competitor to Forza, then I think you succeed even if you are coming out later. But you have to be quite thoughtful, I think, about how you position that kind of thing. It has to be in a really quiet time. I suppose there has to be like not a lot of other stuff to play, because when it's a known quantity, people can very, very easily just opt into something that's less of a known quantity that has more hype behind it, just from the newness bias. I suppose you could call it. I think there are anomalies here. I think Final Fantasy VII seemed to perform well on Xbox, even though it launched very well and truly after the fact. But I also think Final Fantasy VII launched cheaper, and it was also a relatively quiet time. It also, to some degree, probably has that uh, novelty factor to some degree, I think. But also, there wasn't a huge amount of competition, I think, for it at the time. Death Stranding as well seemed to do okay on Xbox despite launching later. But really, for me, it boils down to like, is it worth doing this? And like I said, I've tried to see it from Xbox's point of view, and like their claims that people have claimed to me directly at Xbox that it doesn't hurt the platform, in almost the context of the platform would have been hurt anyway. I think Phil said it in the Kind of Funny interview, right? That like Starfield could be a 10 out of 10 mega banger and it wouldn't move the needle for Xbox. And maybe that's true. But I kind of feel like, what if there was a Starfield mega banger and then another mega banger and another mega banger? Shouldn't that be the goal, to have every game be a mega banger? And then build up this sort of reputation for consistency and make it seem like your platform is unmissable. Whether you're a console manufacturer or a Netflix or any other platform, it always comes back to content at the end of the day. And Netflix, Disney Plus, and all these other services have exclusive content. I don't know why Xbox has this feeling that they can have their cake and eat it, frankly. And maybe they don't think that. Maybe they do just think like, well, consoles, whatever. We'll keep it around for the people who want it, but we're not going to push any harder than that on it. Fine. If that's their play, then fine. But that doesn't really seem like even vaguely worth doing. If you want to be, I think like Mikey Barra said it. He said something like, "You want to be a publisher, then go all in. If you want to have a platform, then go all in. Like, don't half-ass it." And I kind of feel the same way. Like, why half-ass it? And at least for now, it does sound as though Asher Sharma feels the same way, that they want to get back to what having a platform means and explore doing the things that you have to do to actually have a platform, But we won't know for sure if that's really the play or if she's just, saying the right things today and then different things happens later. But, it's Asha Sharma herself said it. Proof of a promise. That was her words. So.
Right.
Hmm.
Well, Pioneer just sent 5 gift memberships, so hopefully the people who got that enjoy it. Chris says, Jazz, do you have any insight on how Xbox is reacting to the PlayStation sales? Other than Forza, it seems there are more stories about poor sales.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now their thought process is, let's see what happens when it's day and date. So I suppose the next experiment is
Halo,
the year of
sure.
day and date.
Yeah, it'd be Halo.
Halo, Fable, the bunch of day and date games that are launching on PlayStation. If that moves the needle, I suppose that'll inform them what the next layer of the strategic thought processes are. And I suppose that could go either way, right? They could decide, well, this was great, we don't need a platform, or this was bad, actually, we do really need a platform. So I suppose we'll just have to wait and see, really.
Mandigo McThicken says, bring back Bone Cream, right, Jez?
That was another epic moment.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean,
what was that even in reference to?
I don't remember. Cream? I don't remember at this point. I don't remember.
Was it a color? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how Halo's going to perform.
Yeah, me too.
Because if you're releasing that in August, like the rumors suggest, I mean, I've always said, even though people may not want to hear it, Halo is a way bigger franchise than Gears ever could even think of being. And I do
That's
think
me.
there's some novelty that exists of Halo. I'm playing Master Chief on my PlayStation. But I guess maybe it comes to like how good the actual game is. And plus, I
Yeah.
mean, I guess you could argue, well, Gears Remaster just a remaster of remaster. Well, this is kind of a remake. Maybe remakes do better. And so that's like, okay, well, let's get because before I didn't play Gears remastered because it was like I played the remaster back then. I've played Gears 1 a whole bunch of times. I don't need to play it again. And it's like same thing with Halo 1. How many times did I say I'm not interested if they're redoing Halo 1 and just a remaster of some kind because I've played it so many times over the years. But a remake with like extra levels? Okay. You got my attention, right? So we'll see how that goes. But man, I don't know if like that doesn't do well, I wonder how that bodes. And if like Gears, I don't know if you can take anything from Gears like the remaster collection and be like, is there a lot of interest in Gears E-Day? Maybe we've overestimated the interest in Gears E-Day altogether, because there really hasn't been a lot of info or anything regarding the game since they originally announced it. Maybe there's like not a lot of
Well,
interest
that's
in
why there's
Gears
not
on.
a,
Yeah,
that's
so I
probably
mean
why there's not a lot of interest. I mean, we need to see more info.
that'll change for sure, right? Yeah. So we'll see how that all goes. So yeah, let's talk about all the wonderful Xbox stuff. So I want to kind of get your thoughts about how it happened for you, what was going through your mind when you were waiting in line to get into the plane, and what was your call to action? Did you immediately be like, team, we need to get on this? Like, what were you thinking about when that
Yeah,
was
it was
going
kind
down?
of crazy. I was boarding a flight. I can't even tell you what time of day it was. Like I was all over the place. It was so strange going to like New York for a day, and that really threw my sleep cycle all out of whack, right? Whirlwind visit, amazing, loads of excitement, and I was just kind of like I was trying to sort of calm down a bit and breathe for a moment because I was super nervous, man. Like it was freaking Joe Hendry, bro,
Oh
and
yeah.
all these like
Ooh.
super like legitimate celebrities milling around like CM Punk and huge YouTubers were there, and I was just like I felt honestly I felt really out of place, and I had crazy imposter syndrome, so that kind of stressed me out. It stressed me out to the point where like I've got a skin condition, right, which it doesn't break out very often, but I had a full skin like my skin condition broke out really badly. I think because of nerves, and like I looked like a zombie when I was there. My skin was all red and flaking off on my face. It was horrible. So yeah, I was trying to come down. I was trying to take a breather, and I was about to get on a flight, which is always a bit spooky. And then I got this email, and it was like, Phil Spencer retiring. This is about to go out, like in an hour or something, or wherever it was. And I was like, Jesus Christ, like what the hell am I gonna do? So hit up Dan Urubino, who's my boss, the editor in chief of Windows Central, and I was like, because I think it was it late or early or the weekend. I can't remember. Was it the weekend? Was it a
It was
Saturday? No, it was
Friday.
Friday.
It's Friday.
It was Friday. I don't know. But I hit up my boss. I was like, bro, you've got to cover this. And Dan doesn't write a whole lot because he's always dealing with, you know, managerial kind of stuff. So Dan got his pen out for the first time in ages to write this up, and luckily we did get there, but I think we were a little bit late to the punch. But yeah, so we got some out, and then like I got on the plane and I flew, and I was watching the fallout. I had in-flight Wi-Fi.
You
Lufthansa.
tried joining the show, but you couldn't talk. I remember that.
Yeah, I tried joining the show from the plane because I did have in-flight Wi-Fi. I paid for there's free in-flight Wi-Fi on Lufthansa planes now, but that wasn't fast enough. So I paid for the expensive tier, but even that wasn't good enough for it. In-flight Wi-Fi being what it is. But um, yeah, it was crazy. And then the following week, like I was expecting to have a week of writing about WWE, but I ended up spending the week writing about Xbox again. and I owe like I think my WWE stuff will probably come out on Monday at this point, but yeah, it was just crazy, man. It was absolutely mental. But what was your immediate reaction? Because we
I
haven't
mean,
really we haven't really talked about it. One thing me and Rand do, guys, is like we purposefully don't talk about the news of the week, so we get our first discussions in on the show. So like I'm this will be my first time hearing
well,
what
I
Harrigan
think
went down
everybody
for Rand as
knows
well.
my reaction because most people here are probably listening to the show COG, where they got our, you know, immediate reaction to the stuff. I mean, I guess my immediate reaction was I'm not surprised Phil retired. I thought at least he'd make it through the 25th anniversary.
Hmm.
I guess I was shocked by the replacement because we all assumed at the time that Sarah Bond was being groomed for Phil's role, and
Mm-hmm.
when that happened, and not only did Phil retire, but Sarah left and resigned, we were like, oh shit, stuff went down. Like she got passed over and decided to leave, and like there was no statement from her right away. Like, because when it happened, Phil had a open letter, Matt Booty had a letter, Asha had a letter, Satya had a letter, and Sarah Bond had nothing. So we were like, holy shit, what went down? And it wasn't even until like later during the show that Sarah Bond had put out a statement, because she had a post go live on LinkedIn like that day about, something Xbox related. And so we were just kind of be like, oh man, this stuff seems kind of out of nowhere. Like how does like Sarah's people not have like her statement ready? And then people are dissecting the statements, immediately went in on Asha about like AI. And I'm like, I'll be honest too. Like I know how important AI is to Microsoft, and I know who's in charge, and Satya, and he loves AI. So it was just like, oh fuck, are you kidding me? They put someone who's in charge of AI in charge of Xbox. I'm like, that can't be good. Like enough of like the initial reaction of like, I don't know who this person is, but they put someone of AI in charge of Xbox. I was like, oh shit, that's starts ringing alarm bells to me. I'm like, oh my god, then I started talking to people at Xbox about some of this stuff, and it definitely seemed like there's some optimism with her. Like, as I don't know who she is, right? Core AI, like what even is Core AI? I don't know, because I've always said I don't care about anything at Microsoft. I only cared about Xbox. I don't care about anything else that Microsoft does. So I'm not even sure what Core AI is. So there was like that aspect of trying to figure out and understand who Asha is, and like why was Sarah replaced and they pass her over, and then like Matt Booty gets promoted, and I've always said I'm not the biggest Booty lover. Like I have questions about his management and the stuff he's the games under his leadership and stuff, and I'm just like, okay, so at least I sort of feel like, well, you couldn't get rid of all of them, because if you came in here and were like, Phil's retiring, Sarah's resigning, and Matt Booty's resigning, that probably like sounds alarm bells to like everybody in the video game industry of like, holy shit, they're all gone, right? So like you probably had to keep somebody who's on that thing. So it's like, yeah, but yeah, it was just crazy because it's like, and then like you read what Asha wrote, and you're like, man, this sounds all great. Return to Xbox, whatever the fuck that means, which we'll talk about like what it means, because you ended up talking to her. Doing stuff for the people that have invested so much, 25 years and console and all that. And it's like everything you're reading is like, oh, this is great. No AI. We're not going to enforce that. No AI slop. And I'm like, oh, you know how Satya feels when people call AI slop, right? Like, but it seemed like a more carefully like it felt like to me.
It felt like they knew what the concerns were going to be.
Exactly.
And they wanted to address
it felt like carefully crafted PR statement to hardcore fans of the brands of being like, don't abandon us yet. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was this like, hold your horses sort of thing. And, even now, like, looking back on it all and seeing all the different reactions and the different think pieces, because you have Seamus Blackley immediately going in and being like, by the way, they're going to sunset the whole brand. You know, they're bringing her in to, like, basically be pediatric care of, like, basically just, like, euthanizing.
Care,
yeah, like, euthanizing it. And it's like, oh. But then it's funny because the next day he sort of walked that back, but you didn't really see a lot of people, like, write articles about him walking that statement back a little bit.
I think he regretted saying that because he dude's a passionate guy, right?
Sure.
But Xbox has thousands of employees. So I think that's an incredibly irresponsible thing to say.
Well, you see, but he's referred to as the father of Xbox. So I did see Eurogamer, I think, wrote an article today with quotes from a whole bunch of different people from different walks of the gaming industry. They got Strauss Zelnick talking about Phil, and Patrick Sutherland, and Peter Moore, and like like a whole bunch of stuff. So immediately as soon as all this stuff happens, you're going to go to some like Xbox people who necessarily aren't with the company anymore that can do interviews. And Samus is always talking about like Xbox in some manner. It's not like he's been out of the public view for 15 years. Like he always gets brought up in some point. So I'm sure I don't know what company, it was a Games Radar. So it's like, okay, how do you feel about this? And maybe it was like, to him, it's like, all right, boom, I'm seeing it for the first time, and my first thought is they're sunsetting it. I mean, even I've had thoughts of like, well, what's she here to do? Like, she's obviously, things are going to change because you're not doing all this upheaval to keep things the same. Like, something went wrong, and we're changing management. Could that have to do with how they handled everything after ABK? The multi-platform approach and all those sort of things. Like, something clearly went wrong. So it's like, well, what needs to be changed? And to some people, I mean, I've seen this sentiment online. It's like, yeah, Asha's here to basically strip Xbox down to parts, to bulldoze the entire division. I mean, I have seen that sentiment by multiple people online, whether they're in our own chat or whether they're in other people's chats or whether they're, Seamus Blackley. He's not the only one who's probably thought that way of like, you're bringing in this AI person to run this company that has no experience running a gaming company, and your first thought is like, is Satya finally... Because Satya's already had the position of, what are we in gaming for? Remember, Phil had to talk him out of it, of basically shutting Xbox down back in like 2014 and stuff. So it's not like Satya's not been down this path before. Maybe it was just like, fuck, we made the wrong choice by buying ABK. I could have invested all that sweet money into my AI and, got a better return on investment or whatever. It's like, I'm out on gaming or whatever. You never know what Satya is thinking about that sort of stuff. Because at the end of the day, it's his show. So, yeah. I mean, a lot of different opinions, a lot of different ways. How could it all end up? It's like, I like what she's saying, but I'm also at the point where it's like, listen, actions speak louder than words.
Sure does.
So like, you can say all the great things, and you can make it sound like, hey, exclusives are coming back, which it kind of seems like it felt like she wanted to plant the seed that possibly it could be, so it gets people talking about it, right? Even if there's like no intention of it, or at least no thought about it right now. But it's just like, at this point, I'm just like, listen, the fact that she's not a gamer doesn't bother me, because if she's running the whole thing, you don't necessarily have to be one. You just, like you're running the whole ship. It's kind of like, the analogy I've have is like, Asha is basically running an airport. Like, you don't necessarily have to be, you don't have to have any like, experience flying planes, but you have all this business, and you delegate the responsibilities to people that do. And so it's like, it's not that big of a deal that she doesn't, because Strauss Zelnick is very much come out and says, I've never played a game in my life. He runs Take-Two, quite successful.
Peter Moore was a shoe guy, right?
Yeah, I think it's just that people were just with how much Phil had played games and how much he was out there playing games, and how much that was a kind of counterpoint to Jim Ryan, who seemed like never played any games. It was just like, oh, so we have this AI person in charge of Xbox now, and she's not even a gamer, and it just felt like curtains for Xbox because it just felt like there's just nothing but bad news, you know. So, but for me, I'm at the position now where I'm like, listen, you can say all the nice flowery stuff, you can say return to Xbox and the return of Renegade Xbox and stuff, like all those sort of things. All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now, but my benefit of the doubt doesn't have like, well, let me see your next 10 moves. You know, that could really just extend to the first one, because I'm at this point being like, you got to show me. Your actions are going to speak louder than any PR statement you're ever going to give. And
we've been
we'll see the truth of it
long
eventually.
time.
The truth will eventually come out, whether or not it's in 6 months or a year or in 2 months or something. So put up or shut up. And you know, I could see a lot of, like, there's a lot of scenarios that run through my mind. And look, I'm not a businessman or whatever, so there's like, you know, some people will be like, oh, they'll shut down some studios that underperform, which is certainly a distinct possibility if you're like looking at the books or whatever and be like, okay, well, maybe like Double Fine, you ship Kiln, all right, boom, you're gone. You know, South of Midnight, do we really need you? No, not really, gone. You know what I mean? Like, but sometimes I wonder if people are thinking too small. Like, I start thinking like, what if they decide, like, you know what, maybe we sell off ABK. Maybe we sell it to somebody. Maybe we sell King. Maybe we sell Blizzard to somebody else. Maybe we I'm just saying, like, I know that to you is probably like, no. But why wouldn't those scenarios be on the table? If like, maybe some people are thinking too small.
Why?
Because like, they may look at it like, Satya may look at it like, what's the bigger return on investment that I could get for ABK now? Is it going to be like gaming related stuff, or would it be better to sell it off and get money for AI? They may just view it as like, it's just better to sell that, and maybe there's just nobody in position to buy it anyways. So it's like, because they clearly probably couldn't sell the whole division because there's probably nobody who has the money or the stuff to buy it. But I'm also thinking, like,
I'm optimistic.
Well, I know you're optimistic, and I'm like in that thing of like, I'm waiting to see, but you know, I'm more leaning towards, I'd like to say I'm more optimistic, but I'm like 50-50 on this at this point. Like, and whatever they do next or whatever her actions are going to determine like the teetering point. But I think there might be big changes to what's going on here. And I'm just thinking, like, you know, I wouldn't be shocked if like Xbox sells things off or Xbox shuts stuff down. You know, I just don't think it's as simple as like everything's just going to go as it always has been, you know?
I agree with you. I think there will be change, right? I often wonder if the economics of Game Pass works. It actually does work.
There's no mentioning the only person who mentioned Game Pass in any of their interviews or whatever, or any of the statements was Phil. Like, nobody else mentioned it. Like, even when Asha, which is funny because you mentioned I got the first interview with her, but Asha did an interview with Variety that day. So technically,
I got the first gaming interview.
So they didn't even mention Game Pass there, and they don't mention Game Pass. So it's like, is Game Pass a part of their future? Because that would be a significant change. And I even tried to think, like, how would you even, like, if you came to the conclusion we need to get rid of it, how would you even do it? Not even if, like, okay, we can keep it, because Sony also has their own subscription service, and Matt Piscatella talks about, like, subscription service spending is up. But let's say if you came down to it and we're like, all right, we're going to keep Game Pass, but we're not doing day one games anymore, at least of our own variety. We're not going to put Blade in there, so like the future games, right? Because I think, like, how would you even go about that? Because you just put everything day one into Ultimate and raised the price. So if you started to pull day one, well, that torpedoes the whole entire value proposition of Game Pass at the highest tier, you know. But then again, like I said, I don't expect things to stay the same. There, maybe I'm overselling like how big things possibly could change, but I'm just thinking like nothing's off the table. That they're going to look at
That's
every
what she said.
aspect of the business and
That's
determine
what
what's
she
the
said.
best course. And I just think that could be anything. So, what if they do decide, you know what, we're not doing day one Game Pass anymore? How would that go down? I would say it certainly wouldn't go down very well with a lot of current Xbox fans, right?
Well, I think to some degree it depends how it's positioned, right? But I'll say this: the hard doom and gloom scenarios of them shutting the whole thing down, I don't think makes sense. You know, I don't think you need someone like Asher to come in who has an incredible career trajectory so far. You don't bring someone like her in if your view is we're gonna shrink and sell off this thing. Her entire career has revolved around making platforms huge. And one of the things Core AI was supposed to do was figure out ways of making large language models actually applicable to a real world dev tool scenario. GitHub Copilot is one of the few actually good applications of the large language model. And her org was responsible partially for some of that stuff, right? He grew Facebook Messenger from an obscurity into its own thing. And, Instacart as well, which, we can debate whether or not Instacart is a good thing overall, but she grew it and it became a huge business. And, all these things are sort of feathers in her cap as someone who is here to grow things. She's not here to you don't if you're there to, bring something and sell it off, you don't bring in someone like Asher. You bring in someone like, a finance guy or a cold, a cold-handed guy armed with a spreadsheet. You don't bring in someone product-oriented person. She's a product person, right? So I really think like the fact, and I agree with you entirely that the fact she's not a gamer is completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter at all. You don't need to be a hardcore gamer to know how to build, scale, and sell products, right? And the fact that they've brought her in as a non-gamer, they might even be thinking like, we need someone who's not as close to this to really figure out a way to find the next spurt of growth. We need someone who will do the things that maybe Phil felt uncomfortable with. And I do think like one of the things that I've criticized Xbox and PlayStation for actually, and probably Nintendo as well needs some criticism for this, is the fact that they handed off the social aspects of their platform to Discord and the social aspects of their platforms to Roblox. You know, in the social media era, the traditional gaming platforms, they pulled away from being social, which makes no fucking sense to me, right? But Asha worked at Meta. She worked at Facebook. She knows social media. So part of me is kind of like, she might do the social media things which Phil might not have felt comfortable with. Like Phil evidently doesn't like social media that much. And like Xbox is literally shutting down its community tools, which are, that was doubtlessly a decision made before Ash's time. I'm not even saying like Xbox clubs and whatever was the right play, but I do think like there has to. I think the way gaming platforms grow, the traditional gaming platforms grow. I don't know how because I'm not a product person, but I feel it in my heart that there has to be some kind of social media adjacency to find that Gen Z, Gen Alpha audience who have grown up in that universe. And she's younger, she understands that universe, and she's been there on the frontier of developing that universe from a technological and platform perspective. So I actually, in that context, like it's probably a good thing she's not a gamer. Because if she was a gamer, she might be focusing on the things which personally, I don't think Xbox now has a problem with. Like the amount of games that Xbox has been throwing onto the platform has been phenomenal, and they've a lot of them have sold. Obviously, not everything's landed super well, but things like Oblivion remaster and like all the Blizzard stuff that's been going on. And I know you said you weren't a huge fan of Matt Booty, but like I can't help but assume that some of the high level decisions that have gone towards Blizzard having such a resurgence you have to kind of credit the current Xbox regime with having the will to reinvest in Blizzard. You know,
Is it or is it
they
or is it or
cancelled.
is it the woman who runs Blizzard?
Well, I mean, they cancelled Project. What was it called now? Odyssey, was it?
Yes,
Was it
the
Odyssey?
survival game that was
So they cancelled
apparently
Odyssey
that was
and
years and
doubled
years and
down
years
on.
away, right?
Yeah, they cancelled Odyssey and they doubled down on, you know, a lot of what they had already. And so far it's been working pretty damn well, you know. Um
For
and
now.
you you can say like maybe some of that is Johanna Fairy's plan, but again, look at Johanna Fairies. If Johanna Fairies is the reason Blizzard's resurging right now, she's not a gamer. Again, she's a technical fellow from the NFL, you know. Um so she understands the technological aspects of Blizzard and I think I suppose the pipeline aspects of Blizzard is probably where some of her expertise has benefited Blizzard, like boosting efficiencies, because all of Blizzard's games are service games, right? And World of Warcraft has been getting content out faster than ever, you know, which is not all of it is amazing, sure, and it's not perfect, but there is almost always new stuff to do, which is a far cry from where World of Warcraft used to be, where you go months without anything new, months without anything content. And if you're a subscription based game, you kind of need reasons for people to subscribe month over month, right? So you bring in the people that have the expertise to fill the gaps, the weaknesses in your platform you've identified. And I think one of the big weakness, I suppose, for Xbox right now, let's look at it, Rand. Hardware sales are down. That's a
Yes,
product.
that's a problem.
Younger generations are rejecting console gaming.
Yeah,
That's a problem.
that seems to be a
That's
problem
another.
hitting them more than it hits anybody else right now. Of course.
Yeah, Xbox is lower on the rung, so it hits them first. But yeah, I mean that's a problem. So
Can we,
you
can we,
need someone who can
can we mention the
reach
other
across.
problem?
Huh?
Can we mention the other problem they have?
What's the other problem?
About 30% mandated profit margin.
Yeah, I mean that's a huge problem too.
You know, and that's when so when people talk about the whole exclusive issue, right? Because like the whole exclusive issue is a talking point because people didn't like it when Xbox did the whole multi-platform thing, the 4 game stuff. They feel that it values the brand, you know, and now it even comes more to light because of kind of what she said. You know, plans plan, not till's plan, and you know whatever else was in the thing, which we'll talk about. But also now it kind of comes into focus with Sony, like basically pulling back from PC stuff, where it seemed like everything was going like getting closer and closer to day and date on PC. Now it's like, oh well, we're not even going to do PC anymore, and so the only one putting games on PC, you know, is Xbox and stuff, and you know you would like to think, well, would Xbox really consider putting the genie back in the bottle? Because that's what they would have to do. I mean, it's certainly possible because like you wouldn't, you know, you got games coming out in the future that you just wouldn't put anywhere. And I'm not saying like you just tear up the thing and be like, Forza Horizon 6 ain't coming to PlayStation, right? Or Fable's not coming to PlayStation. I don't think they would do a thing where like a game's already announced for the platform and just being like, screw it. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking of like, how could they do this if Satya and Amy Hood are like, we still need our 30% profit margin. Where else are they supposed to get that from? And that was the whole reason they did this in the first place. Because as far as my understanding of everything, it wasn't like Satya and Amy Hood went to Phil and everybody and was like, you need to be multi-platform. Even though Satya, during the FTC trials and all that stuff, said he's not a fan of exclusives, right? He distinctly said that. And he did say he'd get rid of them if he could, but he's not in a position, you know, to be able to do that because they were of like the, you know, the lesser market share of the consoles or whatever, right? But he was out there like, I, you know, don't like exclusives. I'd rather be everywhere. But my understanding is basically like, you got to hit these profit margins. You decide how you're going to hit them, and then like you know, you
Oh,
brainstorm, and
this
it was
is
like, okay, the only thing, like, we're gonna go multi-platform. That's how we're gonna be able to do this. We're gonna sell our games everywhere. And you know, I sort of wonder how, like, because we
well,
assumed
dude.
what.
This is the other aspect of this. When I say you bring in the right person for the job,
Sure. Okay.
may, may, maybe Phil was just too optimistic and too nice.
Possibly.
Maybe he thought like maybe they thought if we start putting our games on PlayStation, it'll pressure them to, move away from exclusives and to some degree detoxify the debate. Because I do think like when you are someone who's really close to it, you are, especially Phil, you are sort of mired in this universe where people very in a very toxic way, kind of back and forth about exclusives and gatekeeping. And he's probably heard that internally from his studios as well, where the studios are like, hang on, you want us to hit these targets, but you won't let us launch on the biggest platform. So like if I'm Phil and I'm a genuinely nice human being, which Phil is, maybe I'm just like, well, let's just let more people play. And it is a nice thing to do. You don't want to gatekeep games. Art should be experienced by everyone. But at the same time, you're competing
It's a
with the
business.
in a it's a business, it's a competitive industry, and you're competing. And I think the industry it's the nice thing to do in a way to make sure that it's a competitive industry all up, right? So maybe Phil's version of nice was the wrong kind of nice at the wrong time, you know. And maybe, you know, possibly Asha seems like someone who, looking at her resume, is someone who would more aggressively pursue competition. So maybe, and this isn't, if we're going to use Satya's commentary as hints of towards their thought processes, Satya is someone who says things like, if you want us to have competition, then let's have it.
Yeah.
He's
Sure.
quite cocky about some of that stuff sometimes.
Sure.
So maybe Phil was just genuinely the wrong kind of nice at the wrong time. And maybe Ash will be different. And again, I'm just sort of talking about possibilities and being devil's advocate because at the end of the day, I'm completely with you and I presume most of our audience here, where it's very much a wait and see scenario. Like we don't know. I'll say this: when I interviewed Asha, she seemed incredibly genuine. She didn't hesitate on any of the responses. She delivered them immediately and passionately and eloquently without any sort of hesitation, no ums and ahs. And it's not like they had prep. I just had a list of questions and they reeled them off very quickly. I had 13 minutes. Well, I was supposed to have 15 minutes, but they were late because all the shit that was going down and all the meetings they've got to go to. And they were saying like, oh, like after this, we're gonna next week we're doing like a world tour of all the studios and the teams. Going to Blizzard and Bethesda and Activision, all that kind of thing. So I'm lucky I even got 13 minutes, but I really wanted to get through all the questions I wanted to ask. And these are questions that I thought were most pertinent to the things you guys were asking me in DM. What are you doing with hardware? What are you doing with the platform? I even wanted to get in some questions about, the smaller studios. So I asked them like, are we just going to pursue blockbusters now? And, which was me kind of like trying to say like, are you going to shut down some of the smaller studios, which you were talking about, you know? And they gave us a bunch of answers, which sound like the things you would say if you were planning to do good things, I suppose, to say it in the least eloquent way possible. It didn't like if they did have some kind of nefarious plan, why not just be upfront about it? Like there's literally like no real reason to lie, especially if like you are someone who's and I don't it's a shame that age has to be relevant to the topic, but she's not someone at the end of her career, is the point I'm making. She's someone who's still gotta grow a legacy, and she's someone who will be remembered for a tenure at Xbox. You know, Don Matrix's career hasn't been amazing since he left Xbox, and he became like a pariah. for his handling of this platform. She's exposed. This is, and obviously Ash is probably not going to be at Xbox forever either. Like, she probably got higher aspirations of being the CEO of a Fortune 500, 200, 100 company in the future, you know. But she doesn't want to be known as the woman who killed Xbox. Like, why would you want that on your resume? Why would you want millions of people to basically hate you? You know, why would you accept a job if you are, you know, relatively young and ambitious? Why would you accept a job where the goal is to kill and shut down and cut and maim? Why would you accept that job? You know, I don't know why you would do that. So I suppose that's the crux of why I'm ultimately overall optimistic. But like you, and like she said herself, proof over promise. And they've kind of got like, they've got some opportunities even before the Xbox showcase in June. They've got some opportunities, some real opportunities to do things that will reassure the fans. I think the interview with us was the first salvo in trying to reassure the concerns. And then the next thing will be actually maybe doing something that people have been asking them to do, whether it's like a low-hanging fruit, like a new achievement stuff. I do think there'll be painful things on the horizon. The fact that they didn't talk much about Game Pass, and I did want to ask about Game Pass, I just didn't have time.
Well, yeah.
But
So
the fact that,
tell the people how much time you had for this interview.
yeah, I just did. I just mentioned it.
Okay, you just did. Okay.
Yeah, I had 30 minutes.
And how many questions did you get off in 13 minutes?
I can't remember. Was it like 6 or 7, something like that? Maybe something like that. And I really didn't want to get mired in follow-ups, you know. Which a lot of the criticism about the interview was like, well, why wasn't there follow-up questions? And it's just like, I could have asked follow-up questions just to receive the same answer. You know, if they're sitting there telling me like, and this is why I didn't ask about Game Pass, right? Because she said about multiplats and exclusive. She said, I need to look at the data, I need to learn and all that kind of thing. I need to figure out why we made these decisions. I figured that's basically going to be the same answer for Game Pass. You know, she's going to like decide whether Game Pass is the right play after she's looked at the data and analyzed the sentiment and what are the pros and cons of Game Pass, you know, for just as an example. So but yeah, GDC's coming up. They did kind of hint they'll have some announcements in the near term. I wonder if there's decisions which maybe Phil and Co had already made, which they can now ascribe to Asher. I do feel like Phil wants to step out of the limelight and let Asher own the floor, even if it's going to be about things that probably decisions they had already made pertinent to trying to improve the situation, because Xbox has got a multiple headwinds right now, you know, both internally and externally. Internally from decisions they've made which have disrupted their own business model. Externally from, you know, user demographics and tariffs and whatever else have you, you know. But I think in the near term, they need to deliver something. They need to have a sort of, I don't know, like a roadmap maybe, and at least a few months of general positivity and good announcements and positive things. Otherwise, like, if they start going in straight away with putting things, it's just gonna further demoralize and further this narrative that Xbox wants to get out of Dodge, right? I don't know.
So what were the big takeaways from your interview that you stuck with in your mind the most?
It was the way, it was her, really. And
So you're on camera with her? Like it wasn't like a
yes,
text-based thing. It was camera-based.
yeah, it was all. We were all on camera, all me, Matt, and Asha Sharma, and I did originally pitch the interview as an Xbox 2+1, on like actually on camera, and doing all that shit. And I honestly wish it had been on camera because I think her responses come across a lot better when you see the body language and the reactivity to the questions, and also the way I framed the questions. I think um, was a bit different than how I wrote them in the article. Because like the way I wrote, because I you can hear me rambling right now. Like I ramble when I talk.
Yeah, you
Right?
do.
I
Did you not
fucking
have
do. Yeah.
anything written down? You didn't have like a set of questions written down?
I did, but I still ramble.
Okay.
So, but she when I asked the questions, she understood immediately. She replied immediately without like a script and without like, sitting there thinking about it or agonizing over what sounds like, when people try to think about the right response to make because they want to manipulate the situation.
Sure.
There was none of that. I didn't get a sense of that at all. She was. It felt like talking to Phil. It was straight and genuine and passionate, and that is really what I took away from that. And that's why it's such a shame that I didn't get it on video because I think people would have felt that too had it have been on video. And I think eventually, like when they're like in different circumstances, like she will eventually appear on video with one of these other shows or maybe us if we're lucky, to talk about some of this stuff a little bit more. I think people will get that sense that I did. And I think like you said you spoke to people at Xbox who were optimistic as well. And I'll say this, right? I originally wasn't going to report on this because I kind of felt a little bad about the fact that I had access to this. And I suppose I've gotten a bit soft when it comes to leaking over the years. But I did get access to the All Hands via nefarious means,
Oh,
which was on
okay.
Tuesday, right? So like I saw the entire All Hands meeting, um, and that's when like, and I didn't, I didn't want to report on it because I was like, that's their moment, for the team and the future and stuff like that, which is I suppose soft to me or whatever. But I've spoken to a bunch of people, and some people were kind of like upbeat about it, and they're sort of talking about like maybe you should report on it because I think people are optimistic because they got to hear her speak like I did, you know, and they felt like a genuine sort of sense of, oh, actually, she does want us to succeed. And that was something that Phil and Asher and Matt really emphasized in the All Hands when they're talking about like, we've got a good plan for the future and that kind of stuff. They didn't say what it was. And I suppose maybe because they knew like sneaky press assholes like myself might be listening in. But it it made me feel energized, man. And I think like maybe like a lot of the Xbox employees felt the same way. That I think there's still room for healthy skepticism here. But that was my key takeaway, man. Was like her, like she was just quite impressive.
So
But like I said, maybe she's just really good on the mic, and maybe there's got to be proof behind those words.
let me
Like
ask you
words
this.
are great, but there needs to be actions too.
Um, Still related, but kind of tangential a little bit. Uh, do you want to address the kind of funny situation?
Oh right, yeah.
I mean,
So I suppose so. Like lots of people in chat are talking about it. I mean, so I did the interview and it wasn't just kind of funny, but there was a lot of criticism about it. And I think part of
well,
it was
because
from
you're seen by, some portion of people out there as an Xbox and Microsoft shill that you've never said a bad thing about them ever, which is hilarious to me because we've been doing this podcast now for 400 episodes, And there have definitely been times where you are very quick to pile blame or criticize them to the point where I've gotten DMs from people being like, Jez is too negative about Xbox now. And I'm just like, yeah, well, whatever. And I'm sure you've gotten things where, the Rand's too negative about Xbox or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like, you can't win, man, because you're going to have Xbox fans who want everything to be sunshine, rainbows, puppy dogs. Everything's great. And we're dominating, and PlayStation's broke, and they got no money, and Xbox is destroying them from the inside with their games and all the stupid fucking bullshit that some of these people think, right? And so if there's any slight criticism about anything they do, you're a hater. You hate Xbox, right? All that sort of shit. Then you got other people who are just, have their questions and concerns, and they're like, okay, yeah. But then you have people on the outside who only listen to clips and get clipped by people on the internet and stuff. And, they'll present this as like, shills that they never have a bad word to say about anything, which is, it's just so funny to see like that viewpoint, because I've definitely read your articles and I've listened to you enough on 400 episodes to know that you definitely feel a certain way about things, and it's sometimes you are very, very, what's the right word here? Sometimes you are very, very much like, what the fuck are they doing? I can't believe it. Like, this isn't going to work. All this sort of thing. And then sometimes that you'll give them the benefit of the doubt, and maybe this will happen and they'll be good or whatever. So you definitely, like, it's like, I think you'll rather be positive. Dynamic. And I think some of it has to do with, like, I'd rather be positive about the things I love than always be overtly negative about stuff. But a lot of people don't listen to the podcast every week or read every single one of your articles. Some people just know that Jez Corden, he was in favor of the ABK acquisition, which you were, right? Like, you were absolutely in favor of that. Yeah. And so to them, there's no coming back from that. How could you be in favor of that? Thousands of people lost their jobs and all that stupid stuff, right? Or they'll read like a positive article that you wrote about Phil or something, and they'll be like, look at this guy, just Xbox Shield. But they'll disregard like the countless ones where you're calling Satya out, or, where you have criticized Phil and like the direction Xbox is going, because everybody just picks and chooses certain aspects of the show to clip. So everything gets, people get taken out of context about the true thoughts, they don't listen, or they only see certain articles and stuff. You know what I mean? So it's not a surprise that some people were like, how could, like, oh, this is this new CEO, and they give it to Jez Corden, the Xbox shill, the Windows Central in the name. Like, of course, it's just going to be nothing but softball questions. And it's like, I'm just like, and I'm sure you knew you were going to get that as soon as you were able to secure the interview, right? That there's definitely going to be a portion of the audience, or a portion of people out there that are like, of course they'd go with Jez because he's just an Xbox shill. You know what I mean?
I genuinely didn't expect like the amount of blowback from, I mean, obviously fanboys being fanboys, but I didn't expect like some of the professional level blowback that I got. And I suppose some of it comes from like not having full context on our work, or just accepting common narratives about Windows Central's work. Because I'll tell you now, like, my team that I work with, they are not Microsoft shills at all. But we only cover the Microsoft ecosystem, but that's just our job. We don't care about covering anything else. We all came from being Windows Phone bloggers. Windows Phone no longer exists, and we were fans of that technology back when phones were exciting. Like, phones are boring now. Like, the S26 was just announced from Samsung, and it's like, it's basically the same as the S25, basically the same as the S24. You know, okay, the camera's slightly wider aperture or something. It's like, fuck me, that's so boring. I couldn't give a fuck. Like phones, it's boring now. We all came from that universe, and you know, Windows Phone was exciting back then, and we were excited about it, and we were passionate. We were blogging about it, and we were blogging about it for people who use the product. You know, and that's kind of where I've always come from. That's how I see my role in this. Is I write for people who use the product. I don't write for people who don't use the product. I write for the Xbox community. I write for Xbox customers and, you know, Xbox as much as insofar as I can, Xbox developers and Xbox employees, hopefully. And that's kind of how I see my role. And I think sometimes like people misconstrue defending the Xbox community as defending Xbox corporate. Like I don't see it that way. I think sometimes people do get them, you know, combined when it comes to critiquing and that kind of thing. But a lot of the things that I will say on Twitter aren't really about defending Xbox. They're about defending the Xbox community who I think endure unnecessary amounts of hate on social media just for the crime of liking Xbox. And I think Xbox creators catch a lot of that blowback. And not just me, but like you and YouTubers and other people and stuff, you know. But it's whatever. The thing that upset me most about the kind of funny comments was the fact that they painted Windows Central in that light, not just me. They painted Windows Central in that light, which I thought was incredibly fucking unfair to my team, really pissed me off. And I don't care if you come at me, do whatever you want, but my team has been through so much bullshit over the last couple of months, you know, with the layoffs, and they work so hard for comparatively little pay, and it's just such a shit thing to do, to punch down at basically people who are doing this part-time purely out of passion and not really for pay. So that really pissed me off. But um both Blessing and Greg Miller reached out to me, so I appreciate that. You know, they didn't have to. They've got a huge platform, and um you know, we are tiny by comparison to Kind of Funny, so it's they didn't have to do that. But what really ingratiated me was the amount of positivity, the amount of people that went to bat for us and you guys, and the nice comments I received. I received like dozens upon dozens of DMs about it. Because I am someone who's can be pretty insecure, you know, and I think that insecurity comes from I didn't go to school. I didn't train to do this shit. So I've often felt like I don't belong here and I don't deserve it, right? And there are definitely trained journalists out there who will make you feel like you don't deserve it, you know. But there are also plenty of people who have been supportive. And, you know, I said this on Xbox 2 on my solo stream the other day. I was like, there's so many people that have been supportive, like in the industry, whether they're devs or artists, creators, but also like other YouTubers, or other podcasters, you know. And I've definitely been a dick in the past, and I've definitely like come at this with a chip on my shoulder. But again, it comes from a place of insecurity, you know. And I just felt incredible. I ended up coming out of all this just feeling incredibly lucky, man. That, you know, just for the community that we have and then all the incredibly nice comments that came through. I think with respect to Kind of Funny, I think like Xbox has done a lot of stuff to earn criticism. I think we all agree with that. And I think at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, people do just want gaming to be as good as it can be, and all the corporate sort of the corporate whirlwind that exists around gaming is oftentimes just regrettable. You know, whether it's layoffs, whether it's, you know, things being underfunded. There's so much chaos in the industry right now. And Microsoft's kind of at the forefront of that. You know, they laid off hundreds of people last year in the Xbox team. And they've earned the ire of a lot of industry figures. They've earned that, you know. And I think when you are like, whether you're in the Xbox community or an Xbox figure, it's easy to combine the two, I suppose. Like if you are an Xbox fan, you somehow condone all the bullshit that Microsoft's responsible for. But I think that's completely unfair and reductive. At the end of the day, this community has hundreds of dollars, in some cases thousands of dollars, digitally locked into the Xbox ecosystem. And I write for them, you know. It's not fair to ask people to walk away from that. It's not fair, you know. You can't just say to someone like, I hate this platform, so you should as well. You know, you should abandon your um you should abandon your library, you should abandon your console, you should abandon all your investment, you should abandon your community and your friends list and all your save files. You know, I think it's so unfair that people expect Xbox fans to do that. And there are a lot of like journalists and YouTubers who seem to expect Xbox fans to do that. That pisses me off. So yeah, I ain't a game journalist. I'm here to advocate for the Xbox community, the Xbox customer base. That's kind of how I see my role as a blogger slash YouTuber slash podcaster with you. But I also want to have fun with it. Gaming is my passion, my hobby. I love gaming, and it is exhausting to be just negative about it all the time, you know. So I hang on to that too. It's a weird space to be in, man, but I think that the final word on that is just, you know, thank you to everyone for the support.
Yeah.
And we'll keep pushing, man. We'll keep pulling for Xbox. Xbox customers, not Xbox corporate.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like Blessing wanted his whole idea of like, oh, if they went with somebody else, they would ask tougher questions. And be like, really? Like, in 10 minutes? And what sort of answers were they going to get? Because even still, like, when you sent me your article, I said, pretty good read. But I also was like, man, there's a lot of corpo speak here. So even if like somebody,
I think a lot
even
of
if
people
like
didn't
somebody,
realize that it was. I didn't write in the. I don't think I wrote in the article that it was like
right? But
30
I'm just saying,
minutes.
like, let's say Chris String had it or whatever, like the more business oriented stuff. But it's like, why would you go to Chris String when you don't even know what your business plan is going to be yet? Because she clearly said in your interview, like, I need to go back and like look at all these sort of things. So what would she have said to Chris? Probably exactly the same thing she said to you, right? Or some version of some corporate response. So I'm like, I'm not sure, considering it was the first day, what journalist you could go to and actually get any better responses in the time frame that was given to you. You know what I mean? And it's
Yeah,
like you ask the
I
important,
mean,
it's like you ask the important things, like, hey, this whole thing about return to Xbox and Xbox console. You asked about that. You got clarification on what it meant, even if it was like kind of like corporate jump, PR speak about the hardware and how important that was. You asked about AI in games because that was a whole thing that, with her coming in AI, like, are you just gonna force AI down everybody's throats, the developers and stuff? So you got clarification on that. So it's like you asked the important questions of out of the things that she sort of mentioned in her, like her letter, so to speak. You know, it's like, yeah, you didn't get to ask about Game Pass because you only had 10 minutes. 10 minutes is like, we've probably already talking about this for way longer than the interview even went on. That's how short that time frame is. So
yeah.
I just.
Well, that, to be fair, like they didn't know that, and they do like long form interviews.
Sure.
So like
It's easy to ask.
they
Well,
probably assumed that I had more time than I
it's
did.
easy to ask hardball questions if you got to guess for an hour because you can fucking serve it up. You got someone on for 10 minutes, you need to kind of being like, okay, what can I get answers to? And like follow up questions. I don't know. I sort of feel like I don't know what they expected because I feel like anybody that would ask those questions would have gotten the same similar answers from them. You right?
Well,
so
on the plus side of all this, right? I do think it's kind of telling that they were willing to do an interview with us because we are a community of people who use the product. And I really think that's like the key difference between like whether it's like a Windows Central or one of these other websites. A lot of content creators and game journalists just don't use Xbox anymore. And that's that's Microsoft's fault at the end of the day. But the fact they chose Windows Central and myself and our community to put out their first topics, that suggests to me like they did want to come to the community first. And that was like one of the things they kept volunteering in the interview was the word core, the word community. Asha was doing that repeatedly without me prompting her to do it, and it did really feel like I felt like I think she's hyper aware of the fact that the community, she said it all starts with community, right? And I think she's sort of hyper aware of the fact that she's going to have a microscope on her. And people, especially the core customer base, are the ones that are kind of hurting right now. And it felt like, by coming to us, it felt like in recognition of that, for me, to some degree. It wasn't necessarily about like doing an interview with us. I think it was about doing an interview with the Xbox community, because they knew that I'd asked the questions that the community was asking me to ask, and that's what I did. I took the questions that I was getting on Patreon, on Twitter, and the things that I was seeing in my community. I wasn't looking at what other outlets were curious about. I just wanted to get in the questions that we were curious about, I mean, if it was me, Rand, and I was doing the interview with me, I'd be like, so Asha, what are you going to do to get me playable ogres in World of Warcraft? Because I've been waiting 20 years for playable ogres in World of Warcraft, and I still don't have them. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do to get me that? Like, that's what I would have asked for me, personally. But, right. Those guys did reach out, and I appreciate that they did. Because like I say, they didn't have to. I've met Greg Miller in person. I met him at the Xbox Showcase, and he seems like a cool dude. Obviously, I met Snowbike Mike a bunch of times. I think it was an awkward situation for all involved. So, hopefully, we can just sort of move to a more positive place.
Yeah, let's say like I was gonna have a lot more to say about it, but they reached out to you. So otherwise, Evil Rand would have shown up.
Oh man!
But Evil Rand's not gonna show up today because I had some things to say that would not have been pleasant. But anyways, let me just super chats. I think Champagne Supernova says, "Happy 400 Legends. Thanks to everything. It's kind of funny how this week played out, but I hope the reactions let you know how much we love you, Jez."
Yeah,
the one and so only Everborn Saga says, "Happy 400, gents. Here's the 400 more. Appreciate you." Tim Shrimp says, "What do you think Xbox can do to make these Xbox consoles relevant again if they don't bring back exclusives? What else could they do?" That's kind of also the other thing I want to talk about, where they're almost like kind of like stuck in like between a rock and a hard place, because there's the whole exclusive situation, and who knows what's happening with that. There's the whole Game Pass situation and what's going to happen with that. But there's also their next console's planned to be a really expensive PC hybrid. So yeah. It's like what can you do to make consoles relevant again? It's like, I don't know. The next console is supposed to be $1,000 starting. Like who knows how like it could even be more, considering the RAM and SSD situation, all that sort of stuff. And at that price, I mean, that is not a mass market thing, and the sales potential will be pretty small. So, like, what could you do? Well, I mean, I guess you subsidize it, but you can't really subsidize it that much, because unless Satya and Amy basically pull back on their 30% profit margins, I don't know what you do with hardware. Unless you just scrap your current plan and decide to make like a regular console. But if you did that, you're probably 4 or 5 years out from doing that. So, and it's not like we see them try. I've seen some people suggest, well, maybe they start spinning out more Xbox Series X and S's, and it's like, they could, but who is buying them at the prices they're currently at? The Series X is $650. I don't know what price. I think the Series S is $399 or maybe a little $420 or something. Granted, Grand Theft Auto's coming out, and people will be, they will be looking to upgrade for that game specifically. But I think Sony has the marketing for that, so I don't know how many. I just sort of feel like it's all. I'm not sure what they could do, to be honest with you.
Well, this is the challenge, you know. She's like a pioneer of platforms that didn't exist previously.
Sure,
you know?
sure. I mean, I don't know.
Like
what do you think? Just stay the course, and like we'll release this $1,000 console that maybe appeals to a max of 10 million people.
I think they kind of I think they're locked into this strategy with the PC hybrid purely on the basis of the fact they've got a contract with AMD. If nothing else, maybe they could buy their way out of that contract, but like.
Do they not allow the other stores on there? Maybe they're like, well, sorry, we're going to put Steam and Epic on here, but we can't really afford a loss in more store revenue. I don't know. But
I mean, what? Then you don't need a hybrid.
I know, but then you're already in the position where it's coming out in a year. So like once again, decision seems to be already made for you, right? So.
Well, I do kind of feel like having Steam on the box is a strong, unique selling point. I think like they'll still sell a lot of third-party stuff on their own store, but they'll have access to a massive volume of PC exclusive games that presently don't exist on the system, and also maybe incentivize devs to go to Xbox first, because it's not like it'll load up with Steam out of the box. It loads up with Xbox out of the box, and if you want Steam to load up out of the box, you'll have to do some tweaks. And one of the things we know, generally speaking, from software platforms and operating systems is people don't generally change the default. And if most people are buying this Xbox are already Xbox existing users, then they're probably not going to start suddenly buying everything on Steam. Maybe they'll dabble, kind of like I do. Like I've got the Xbox Ally, and I own a lot of games on Steam, but like I still generally just prefer to have it all on Xbox because that's where I've already got everything. The only other platform I use beyond that is Battle.net, which is practically Xbox 2 now. So, yeah, but again, it's like you don't know what they're thinking. You don't know what she'll decide after she looks at all the data. You could just look at all the trends and stuff like that and decide, well, actually maybe this isn't even worth bothering with at all. And double down on being a publisher and just be the best publisher in the world, which is kind of like what I think Mikey Barra was kind of, I don't want to put words in his mouth or paraphrase, but I think he basically alluded to that at some point, whereas like choose a lane and stick to it, be a great platformer, be a great publisher. Like you can't really do both. But we don't know which way they'll eventually go in. I suppose is where the fear comes from as a Xbox customer. I don't want to see Xbox go the way of Microsoft Movies and TV, where they're like, okay, well, you can still access your games and stuff, and we're not going to shut down the store for people who want to, access their old content. It's basically what they do with the movies and TV store, right? You can still access your old content on there, but there's just nothing there to buy new because they shut it down. Like, I don't think anyone wants to live in that universe. But I don't know why you would recruit someone like Asha, whose experience is growing platforms. Why would you recruit someone like her if your plan is to just be a publisher? If your plan is to just be a publisher, just put Matt Booty in charge. He's already doing that job already, You don't need that side of the business if that's the plan. So I think her job is ultimately to figure out how best to tackle this next-gen platform situation. A big part of it is figuring out how to bring developers to PC, Xbox PC. That's a really big part of it. And I presume we'll hear more about that at GDC. But PC is a growth area for Xbox right now. I don't know. We don't know how much it's growing because they won't tell us, but that's what they tell us.
Yeah,
that it's growing.
That's true. Let's see here. We got Mr. Supernova says Asha needs to play by the same rules as Sony and Nintendo in the market to regain the brand strength. Ludo San says, I think her job is to make Xbox bigger, uses as a Trojan horse, and get Copilot in millions of gaming living rooms. Thoughts? Congrats on 400 episodes, guys. Oh, yeah, Copilot on Xbox will be a thing for sure. Absolutely. You can take that to the bank.
Well, the next Xbox is almost certainly going to have an NPU in it, because one of the things they're doing with the Xbox Ally is testing these new upscaling techniques, right? So maybe the play to keep the price down of the next Xbox is we use a lot of upscaling techniques. We put a lower end, chip in it to keep the price down, but then use the NPU to upscale everything and make it look better. Maybe that's the play to keep the price down. But AI undoubtedly has some kind of role to play in this. And I suppose her job's to figure that out. She figured it out with GitHub Copilot. So, I don't know, man. Maybe the next wave of growth comes from Gen Alpha people generating their games from prompts, sharing them with their friends. What game would you generate, Rand?
I wouldn't generate because it'd be garbage. But then kids don't care what garbage is. They don't care if games are good. Just look at Roblox. None of the games on Roblox
kids
are
love
good.
Garbage, man.
Yeah,
Kids
so
love garbage.
me, I wouldn't generate shit.
I would generate Rand, a platformer where you play as Rand, Althor 19.
Oh, wonderful.
Jumping over seasoning.
We have Psychonauts, who says, Peter Moore was not a gamer when he ran Sega. He came from a sneaker company, but everybody respects him. That's true. Absolutely. Peter Moore is a goat. Diehard Eddie Edwards says, I'm a few minutes behind, but what happens if Microsoft takes games off PC and off PlayStation and it doesn't drive console sales? Do the people pushing it just laugh it off? Well, I don't think Microsoft would ever take games off PC. So, could they take... And I don't think they take games off... I think the games on PlayStation would stay on PlayStation. I guess the only thing you could say is, like, if they really rethink their exclusive strategy, they just may not port future... Maybe it'd be one of those things where it's like, oh, a game... I don't know. A small game like Avowed and South of Midnight we'll put everywhere, but something big like Fable, that's going to be exclusive. Like, kind of like what seems like Sony's doing on PC right now. You know what I mean? Where like, oh yeah, like Hunter's Gathering, Horizon Hunter's Gathering is PC day one, and so's but Wolverine and God of War aren't. But like, so the big games remain exclusive to drive engagement, and then like the smaller ones or the live service ones remain multi-platform. I don't know. Do I think they're going to change anything? I don't think so. Do I think Sony changing their stance on PC changes Microsoft's thinking in any way? I don't think so either. But then again, I don't know what they're going to do. There's a lot of things they could do, and there's probably a lot of different options on the table. Like I mentioned, like I think some people are thinking small. Maybe with Fallout as big as it is now, maybe it's time to sell Bethesda to the Saudis.
Christ.
I'm just saying it's possible. I mean, what if they sell ABK to somebody? So they sell ABK to somebody for $50 billion. Satya gets all of his money back. He can invest in AI, and the monkey's off Xbox's back, where they're like, "Oh, well, we don't need 30% anymore because we sold the company that caused it in the first place." There you go.
Brody.
Yeah, there you go.
One of the things about artificial intelligence is the reason Microsoft stock's going down. Well, it sucks, yeah. But the reason Microsoft stock price is going down is because it increasingly looks like AI is hitting its, maximum acceleration. Like Satya could invest more in AI now, but that's the reason the stock price is going down. They're investing so much in it, and it's not delivering returns on investment. So yeah, Satya could sell Activision Blizzard. Let's just imagine a scenario where Satya sells Activision Blizzard for $50 billion, and then uses that money to invest in AI bollocks. There's less of a guarantee. There's less of a guaranteed return on investment from doing that than there is on ABK, I think. And I think in the future, when like AI slop is so prevalent, there'll be a general societal backlash. And I think in that universe, you want to have a suite of products that are made by humans, and that is gaming. I really think having a strong gaming platform and an ecosystem insulates Microsoft to some degree from the possibility of an AI bubble bursting, you know. And I think like Microsoft's historical strength, and again, I'm playing devil's advocate here a bit. Microsoft's historical strength has always been the diversity of its business model, you know, and Satya has pulled back on some of that stuff. You know, Surface is a shadow of its former self. Surface used to be so innovative and unique, and now it's just like, oh, here's a new service. It's the laptop, big whoop, you know. And they used to do like some weird renegade shit, you know, to use Asher Sharma's comments. But I just don't see the logic of sacrificing all this shit when AI is hardly a guaranteed play.
Yeah.
The play is to diversify and try and bring everything along for the ride.
The play is buy Roblox.
Have you ever played Roblox?
Yeah, I played Roblox.
What Roblox did you play?
I don't know. I played it when it first came out. I played it with my nephew when he was here. So.
Oh.
But how do you feel about Sarah Bond and Tom Warren's article about it, which came out earlier in the week, where like I think Tom wrote it in like kind of like a thing of like why she wasn't chosen to be Phil's replacement, so that came out from that angle. But a lot of people felt it was a targeted attack, a hit piece.
A hit piece.
Where like Sarah's blamed for everything. Which I'm sure there's plenty of blame to go around in plenty of different ways. You know, like if I were to, I don't even know how I would divvy up the blame, honestly. Like Phil gets a lot of
I don't think we'd know how to divvy up the blame unless we had CCTV and had a
but I'm just saying, like, you know who I blame? Phil's to blame. As much as I like Phil, he definitely shoulders some of the blame. And I think one of the reasons why Phil, a lot of people give Phil a pass is because he did save the brand, right? Like there was the time where he took over from Matrick, where it was in the doldrums and Terry Myerson was in charge, and it looked like it wasn't gonna be around, and he saved that. So I think he gets kind of that benefit of the doubt, where like it only exists because he was able to convince Satya to keep it around. So a lot of people were kind of like okay with his decisions and things. So like I think Phil, you know, his plan. I mean, because even they talk about in that thing about like the this is an Xbox ad being like Sarah's, you know, child essentially. But it's like, well, Phil's her boss, so like, wouldn't he have to approve that? You know, so it's like, Phil's to blame. I'm sure Sarah shoulders a lot of the blame too. I blame Matt Booty for some of the stuff, not having games ready when they were supposed to be ready or good enough. But also, it's like, I blame Satya and Amy. I blame Tim Stewart. You know what I mean? Like, there's plenty of blames to go around at the top of the stuff, top of the pile. Like, I think there's a good serving of blame everywhere. And I don't think it's just like one thing where it's like, oh, Sarah Bond was the reason all this went wrong. And it's like, I don't think that's, you know, I think that's pretty reductive. I think there's a lot of things that went wrong. But what do you think about Sarah Bond and the Tom Warren article?
I mean, I'll be completely honest. I haven't read Tom's article. Was it paywalled?
I think that one was free, to be honest with you.
Right. So I haven't read Tom's full article because it's just been so crazy. So I mean, I just kind of know like the top level points and the way. I'll just comment on the way the article's been taken. I'll say like some of the commentary about Sarah being to blame for like everything. I agree with you. I mean, I know that's not the case. I mean, first and foremost, Sarah was someone who was pushing for hardware, someone who was pushing for handheld. I know that was something she was really bullish on. Xbox Ally and experimenting with improving PC. She was also very instrumental in getting better support for Japanese games on Xbox, which is a key thing the community demanded of them. Like I did a feedback survey for Xbox on Windows Central back in 2021 or 2022. And one of the number one things people were talking about with regards to Xbox back then was this concept of Japanese games always skip Xbox. Can we fix it? And it's not perfect. There's still Japanese games that miss. But like the reason we have things like Final Fantasy VII and Square Enix supporting so prolifically, not just with all their games, but also like Xbox Play Anywhere and using the platform all up. That's Sarah's work. So I think there's plenty of good stuff you can point to that Sarah did. And I also saw like some people put out there that she wasn't at the All Hands on Tuesday. She was at the All Hands, and Matt Booty and Asha Sharma, paid tribute to her as well. So and Phil as well. So not like I think this perception that you know she was kind of sidelined by Microsoft and looked over for the CEO position. Um, I think it's exaggerated. And to be fair, I don't think that's exactly what if you actually read Tom's piece, I don't think that's what Tom was kind of implying anyway. I think that's just how people kind of book it, right? But end of the day, I think all the leaders at Xbox have some. Maybe it's a case of too many chefs around. You think maybe? But
Possibly.
I do think yeah, in the corporate world when you're at that level, I mean being passed over for that role, Sarah's ambitious. She wanted to be CEO, and it did seem like for a long time it felt like it was going to go that way. And I'm sure it would have gone that way if some of the initiatives had panned out, stuff like the Xbox Mobile Store, which just never materialized, and some of these other initiatives, revenue for third parties, and keeping devs on board and keeping developers happy. I think some of that has, you know, all the leaders bear responsibility for the way that's gone down. The collapse in morale in the Xbox community and customer base, the constant negativity in social media about Xbox platform. And I think some of that is just generalized blowback to big tech and especially big privileged corporations like Microsoft. But it's also really earned. There are ways they could have avoided some of that stuff had they made better decisions. So I'm not gonna glaze them and say like, and I like all of them. Like I've met Matt, I've met Sarah, and I've met Phil many times, and I really like all of them as people. But like as a customer advocate, there's been a lot of questionable decisions, a lot of um I don't know, unfortunate situations, I suppose you could say, that have led to us being in this position of crossroads now. So I do think it's kind of good that we are getting a blank slate, because I think Xbox probably did need a blank slate, fresh thinking, fresh opinions on where to go. I just wonder, like, will she have the authority? You know, how much of a leash Satya want to have on that stuff? Because I think I think Satya's to blame too. I think like some of the mentality that Microsoft has around products and services, that has to change. I think some of the mentality around endpoints and their value is also really overlooked at Microsoft all up, and that comes from the top down. All the even stuff as basic as like Build, which is like Microsoft's annual conference. Like since Satya took over, Build has been terrible. It used to be an event that was full of exciting products, exciting announcements, focus on features and new stuff that was coming, and a celebration of the work of the teams that were working on this stuff. And these days, it just feels like an a sort of like, I don't know. It feels like the whole thing's for shareholders. It's like and this year it's going to be the same. It's going to be AI buzzwords, shareholders, shareholders, shareholders. None of it for actual customers. And I think the book really does, at the end of the day, lie with Satya. And it's Satya's. tenure, Microsoft will be, I think, remembered for putting customers behind shareholders. Whereas I would argue that Steve Ballmer never did that. And by God, Steve Ballmer fucked up. So, it's not as if to sit here and sound like Steve Ballmer was amazing, but the dude put customers first and developers first. Developers, developers, developers. That was the whole thing of Steve Ballmer, man. Under Steve Ballmer, Microsoft was doing all kinds of crazy experiments. It was like Willy Wonka, for God's sake. And some of them changed the industry. They took so many risks. And I look at like Surface, like the whole concept of the tablet with the kickstand, like that's Surface. Even Apple ended up copying that shit. And not only did they copy it, they made it better. And why did they make it better? Because Satya basically abandoned it. Microsoft gave Apple that design, and then under Satya, it became stagnant. So I think for Xbox to really thrive, not only does it require new thinking at Xbox, it requires new thinking at Microsoft. And that's probably something I'll be writing on soon as well.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk about? Is there anything that we missed?
There probably is stuff we've missed. A lot of stuff happened this week.
Want to make fun of the God of War picture they put of the Prime Video thing and how bad it was?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So go to Wario's account and just scroll. They eventually find they put out because I guess it started production or it's starting production, so they put out a picture of the first look of Kratos and Atreus as played by the actors with full makeup on, and it looks pretty awful. And people were my first thought was like, oh man, that's AI. And apparently it's not, or maybe it is. I don't know. The common sentiment is like, oh my god, that looks bad. But it's like one of those things where it's like, oh, maybe it looks better in motion. I wanted to get your reaction to that.
I can't find it. Where was this a while ago?
No, it was today, but right before the show. Hold on, I'll find it.
Where I post a lot.
Not really.
His tweet about Overwatch and Nier Automata has 4.6 thousand likes. Oh boy, they're killing it, man. Okay, I found it. Prime Video debuts first look image of Ryan Hurst as Kratos and Callum Vincent as Atreus on the set of the new series of the God of War. So I'm gonna link that in the chat as well for people who want to see it. But
what do you think?
Oh man,
doesn't look good, right?
Yeah. Oh man, yeah, that's not. I don't want to be mean, man.
Maybe it looks better in motion or something.
Yeah, let's hope.
Cause yeah.
Who's the actor? Like Ryan Hurst? What has he been in before?
He was in Sons of Anarchy.
Oh,
he's also. I think he also did the voice of Thor in God of War Ragnarok. But yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was. I like Thor and
voice of Thor, but yeah, he's that's who I remember him from, Sons of Anarchy. So
I think it's gonna be tough. I mean, God of War, Kratos is literally a demigod, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to cast a regular ass human.
Sure.
You need someone like Brock Lesnar or something like that. Yeah. Really. But
you find it interesting that they went with the Norse games first, and they're skipping over the OG trilogy, the Egypt.
I suppose the Greek trilogy.
Yeah, the Greek trilogy.
I think Greek trilogy's got some things in it that might not.
Yeah, I know you might be a bit more violent and stuff, and I guess you could, yeah. So I guess you could always do flashbacks to that time or whatever.
XC flashbacks.
Yeah, but it's like perfect, right? It's kind of the, hey, we got Joel and Ellie, and here's Kratos and Atreus,
Yeah.
right? So it's like, see how
Did
that
you
goes.
see did you see some of the World of Warcraft shorts they put out
Nope,
recently that everyone was going crazy
nope,
about?
absolutely not.
They
Don't
they
see
did
anything. I don't
some.
see anything ever World of Warcraft related.
Well, it's just on the topic of adaptations, really, because I think like sometimes animated probably works better. Would animated work better for this? Because the World of Warcraft put out a bunch of animated shorts recently for the upcoming expansion, and they are fantastic.
Yeah,
And
maybe it
everyone's
would.
going
Maybe it would.
crazy, like we need a Netflix show yesterday, and that kind of stuff. So God of War anime from Trigger Studio, maybe, or something like that. I don't know.
You want to do the Patreon questions?
Let's do Patreon
Yeah,
questions.
so thank you guys for hanging out with us. If you enjoyed the show, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, check out our sponsor for this episode, Surfshark, 86% off a 2-year deal, surfshark.net/XB2. And yeah, if you want to become a Patreon member, support us directly, you can at patreon.com/XB2. We got the question and answer thread up. So let's get it going here, Jez. We got Jay Foley says, "Hey guys, what do you guys think this next Xbox is actually going to be like? I think some people are looking too deep into this hybrid as an alternate to buying a PC for gaming, but I just don't see how Xbox makes money having a console when you can give your money to other storefronts, or how it can be affordable for consumers on a store shelf." Jazz, fantastic article this week.
Thanks so much. Think these are the big questions. I think Xbox, because of things like Game Pass, I think Xbox's third party revenue on console has been pretty badly damaged. I think they're looking at PC as a way to boost the amount of money that developers can potentially earn through the ecosystem. But it's also like, well, you're putting Steam on the box. That just compound the problem? And I suppose developers then are kind of like, well, we'll just put it on Steam then and keep missing Xbox, and Xbox can just be a PC OEM, whatever. And maybe they're happy to do that. But I suppose it really depends how Asha Sharma sees it, because like I say, she's someone who builds platforms and she knows that universe. Whereas like, even Phil, like at the end of the day, Phil came from the games team. He used to have Matt Booty's job. So maybe Phil's expertise was the wrong kind of expertise to have when it comes to actually the platform, you know. And I'm not saying Phil didn't know. I'm just like speculating here. So I think for me, what it really needs to show is that the actual platform, the Xbox store that's attached to it, is actually going to be continue to receive support from developers. Because that's the big fear right now, I think, is if Xbox keeps shrinking, do we start seeing devs pull out the platform or just think it's not worth it? Um, you know. But we have seen plenty of examples where games still sell on Xbox, like Helldivers, for example. Xbox players are a certain way about certain games. They like Xbox players like their shooters, and that's an audience Xbox have curated over the years. But how's it going to play out? None of us really know, man. Just have to speculate and wait for the leaks to come in.
Yep. Yep. Lee Sanders suggests lovely article, buddy. Reading the article, why are you teasing Banjo fans like that? That's just mean, dude. But big congrats on the 400 episodes. Been great to listen to you at the gym, work, and travel. Appreciate all the work that goes into it and also time you take to keep us all entertained. So, main question is tied to the Xbox Studios. Obviously, when the news came out, everyone was wondering who was going to get chopped next. So, do we think this will happen, or do you think the new way forward will be that's Asha gives all studios at least a shot at the game? Studios like Ninja Theory, Compulsion, etc. have recently released games and BP projects where a lot of people that they might be next to go. What do you guys think?
Well, this is one of the questions I really wanted to get into the interview, because this is something like some of my friends at some of Xbox's different studios they expressed to me that they were worried that this would mean that some of the smaller projects will get cut. And Matt Booty said, Xbox is strong because it has such a variety of content. And he said, what did he say? He said, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said something along the lines of everything big started as something small, and they need to have teams that are able to not just basically focus on the big service games and actually try to do new things. And because if you are a Blizzard, you don't necessarily have the ability to try and do new things all the time. Like a smaller studio, it's less of a risk for them to step outside the comfort zone, maybe sometimes, of a bigger studio. Look at Call of Duty this year. Like Call of Duty this year, like with the campaign, really took some, you could say, creative risks, and they got crucified for it. And it really, it was there was such a blowback to it. It damaged all of it, the entire Xbox division's revenue. Call of Duty so big, and that's kind of like where the risk factor comes in, I suppose. So I think Matt Booty's comments were encouraging. It does seem like Matt Booty wants to protect the studios that they've got, but obviously, eventually every studio does have to make money. I don't think there's a situation where they'll just keep funding studios in perpetuity without them making money. But it does sound like they still want to have the smaller teams doing their thing, and Game Pass potentially is a vehicle for success for some of those smaller studios.
I think nothing's off the table. Would it surprise me if they shut down studios? Nope. Would it surprise me if they didn't shut down studios? Nope. Would it surprise me if they only shut down 1 or 2? No. Would it surprise me if they shut down like 7 or 8? No. I think there's options are all on the table.
Rand's opinion is, your opinion is, I am never surprised.
Well, with this, I'm just saying, like, I could see it going anyway. I personally do think there'll be studio closures, but maybe they'll run through the thing and be like, we don't need this anymore. Remember, it's like I always told you, the Xbox that bought all those studios in 2018 is not the same Xbox in 2025, 2026.
That is true.
You could make the argument, it's like, what do we need Double Fine for? What is Kiln really going to do? Kiln's not going to make any money. It's not going to make it. Nobody's going to buy it on Xbox, and nobody's going to buy it on PlayStation. So, like, is it winning awards? Nope. So, like, you definitely probably.
What if Kiln blows up and becomes the next big friend slot game?
It's not. But if it did, then great. Then, whatever. I'm just saying, I could see studios getting closed. We'll just have to wait and see.
I hope they close your favorite studio.
Well, hopefully they shut down World of Warcraft.
No!
Asha, my life is yours if you shut down World of Warcraft.
That's just mean.
Silas says, hello, mates. Jez, congrats on getting the interview and asking important questions with the time you had. Career-defining moment, in my opinion. I hope this demonstrates that when you name drop Brandon Thor 19, you can interview anyone. Brandon Sanderson writes the story for a video game. Jez, you have the opportunity for a sit-down interview to promote the game. Would you hire Rand as a freelancer so you could do the interview and fangirl, or would you do it yourself and forever use your meeting to make him jealous? Rand, if you don't go, what book would you send to Jez to get Sanderson's autograph? I'm not someone who's like, would be fangirling over, and it's like Brandon Sanderson or whatever. As much as I like him, I wouldn't be like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
But I probably
Is there anyone you would be like, oh my god, too?
Maybe, I don't know, maybe Stephen King, but he's super old now. I don't know. In the book space, probably not. Right? I mean, because Stephen King's probably my favorite author, but
yeah.
I don't know. It'd be like, oh my god.
What does it matter that he's old?
He's old, bro. He probably does, probably losing his mind.
What?
Probably losing his mind.
Where's this coming from?
I don't know. If I had to give a book to Jez, it'd be Mistborn. But Jez never gonna read it. Jez, it would be Mistborn. But yeah.
I read the Sylvanas World of Warcraft book. Thank you very much.
Oh wow. We got Sierra 11 Kevin that says, hey Randy Jez, as always, appreciate you both. I read some of the comments regarding Sarabon, and I don't take those at face value, as it is usually easier to find disgruntled comments than positive comments. But if there's a criticism being thrown her way, fair or unfair, then shouldn't some of the positive things also be noted? Say what you want about xCloud, but it's available on a ton of devices with improving performance. The ROG Xbox Ally should be considered a successful device as well. It is easy to pile on someone, and it feels like she's being made an easy target for people. What are your thoughts? Also, I'm a bit disappointed the new Resident Evil is not an Xbox Play Anywhere title when the last couple have been. And now that I'm dabbling into PC gaming, I don't want to be locked to one device, and I don't want to double dip on purchases. Similarly, I'd be curious to see how it works for Sony on console exclusives. Is that to retain people from leaving the PS5 ecosystem, or do they believe that it's a driver to bring new users to a locked ecosystem? My feeling is today's consumer does not want to be locked into a singular device. Well, I mean, there's a lot of data that suggests they don't care. So, there's a lot of devices that shows that people don't care about being locked to one singular gaming device. You know. But yeah.
I mean,
so we definitely talked at length about the Sarah Bond thing. I mean, I guess you could run it over the positives of Sarah Bond's leadership stuff, of like what she's done that was beneficial.
I think unfairly so. I think there is, to some degree, an effort to find someone that can become a scapegoat. And I think if it wasn't Sarah, it'd probably be Phil, or if Matt Booty was leaving, it'd be Matt. Because I do think, like, psychologically, I think the Xbox community is pretty ready for a clean slate. And that kind of means maybe psychologically putting the negativity to one side on someone, kind of thing. But like I say, like, Sarah was responsible for a lot of incredible things that happened at Xbox, and not everything landed, sure, but yeah, I do think it's unfair how some have tried to scapegoat Sarah. And I definitely agree that we do as human beings tend to focus on the negative. And I'm sure Sarah had like genuine beef with some people, and they didn't always agree on things, but I think that's just life, isn't it? I mean, God, people don't like me, right? And I've had arguments with people, and humans are complicated creatures, I suppose. But I think Sarah did a lot of good stuff for Xbox.
All right. Pat Rock says, we all know Horizon 6 is going to do gangbusters on Xbox at launch. If they decided to release it for PlayStation on September 15th, same day as Wolverine, who do you suspect would come out on top? Say, day of, week of, month of, and end of year. Wolverine. I mean, it's a Marvel game. Definitely more. And Forza Horizon 5 is, what, not even a month, like a year old at that point, or a year and a half old. There might be some people who are like, I'm happy with Forza Horizon 5 driving around, you know? Not to mention, it's not just Wolverine, but it's also Phantom Blade Zero, which is an exclusive the week before. So, yeah, they got to worry about that as well, about when to launch that game. But I would imagine Wolverine would come on top, right? At least that's what I would think.
I agree with you.
Goggles Lens says, hi guys, happy 400th, probably. I can't help but reminisce about how I first watched you guys. I was looking into Psychonauts 2 is coming along in development. I found an article that just said this is what Jez said. I looking into you guys, then I started listening and have been listening ever since. It's been great hearing you guys all the time. When the news came through that Phil was leaving, the first thing that came to my mind was what will happen to Double Fine. Now, with Jez's interview article, congrats, Jez, this has been alleviated, at least for now. We will have to wait and see what actions will be taken in the future, which seems to be the big thing of this boss change. It got me thinking, what would be a safe game for Double Fine to make? Now, that does not seem like a hard question, but for Double Fine, it really is. Double Fine does not really do safe games. I would say Psychonauts 3, but only if they can make it in 2 to 3 years, not the 5 to 6, which is how long it took 2 to make. Even though I don't think Kiln is going to be a massive game, it would be good for them to have some recurring revenue, and it seems like party games are in a different league of live service games than most other games. Like, to not be taken so seriously, it is just me or do party games just have that vibe to them? Some do, not all of them. At least they're actually testing the game and getting feedback, unlike High Guard. Anyways, another 400 more. Thanks, guys, and have a good one. I mean, I think your suggestion of Psychonauts 3 is the right one. If you want to be a safe game, Psychonauts is probably their biggest franchise, and Psychonauts 2 was very well received. I don't know how it did, but it's definitely, I think Psychonauts 3 would definitely get a lot more interest than Keeper and Kill ever would have. But then again, it's like, how long does it take to make? You know, and what? So that
you've got a pretty beefy super chat to thank someone for at the moment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Tom Henderson, with a quite large super chat. Thank you, Tom. Much love. Appreciate you. Very much so. Thanks for watching, because a lot of times here we source insider gaming, and you're hiring all of our friends. It's like you got the Iron Lords over there now, and you got Gaz over there now. So it's who's next? Who's next of my friends are you going to be hiring?
Like, 100 British pounds is worth like $10,000, bro.
Yeah, right. I know, right? And when can we see some insider gaming scoopage about what's going on at Xbox?
Well,
we need some Tom Henderson reporting on this. Is what we need.
I don't know if you saw, by the way. Like, I want to give Tom a shout out for this. Insider Gaming's doing their own gaming showcase.
I saw the gaming showcase. It's pretty awesome.
So and they're focusing entirely on doing big things inside of gaming. They're focusing on games that haven't won significant venture capital backing. So these are like basically prototypes and concepts. It should be a really interesting show. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah. What do we got here? We got another Patreon question. Panda Man says, "Hey, Ren and Jez, congrats on episode 400. It's been a blast listening to you. My PC has a failing hard drive after 8 months, and I had to replace it. Oh boy, the 2 terabyte hard drive that I bought for $105 is now close to $300. With prices like this, I don't know how any company launches next gen, as it's so expensive and people are going to be in for sticker shock. Do you guys think that they will go mid-lower tier on their next gen, and that OEMs build out the high-end machine? The PC I built was around $1,300 to $1,400, but is now priced over $2,000 with the increase in parts. Thanks, guys."
Well, one of the advantages that Microsoft has as an OEM potential manufacturer of the Xbox ecosystem PC is they can do bulk orders. Like that, like it's more expensive when you're buying parts off the shelf, right? But Microsoft, like, because they're gonna buy volume, presumably like at least like 10 million units of any particular component, say, that's sort of like, it brings the cost down to some degree, because it's such a large amount of money that they do like a discount for when you are doing bulk orders. So that helps to some degree. There's also like, there is this court battle going on with regards to tariffs right now in America. So maybe that's the green shoots of potentially lowered costs, maybe. And then there's also like, some of the component prices have actually come down a little bit. There are like new companies trying to step in and fill the gaps. I've read that like Chinese RAM has become very popular because it's a lot cheaper, for example. Maybe that's an angle too that they can lean into. I think they realize that like the whole concept of $1,000 console, especially for the current install base, most of us would have bought our consoles when they were like, what was the launch? What was the launch price of the Xbox Series X? $499.
$499. Yeah.
$499. So like a lot of us came in at that price point, and we have that expectation that it should be around that price point. I don't think it makes a ton of sense to expect that install base to suddenly spend $1,000. I don't think that makes a ton of sense. And I would hope Microsoft's at least to some degree cognizant of that, and that's like at least like just in I don't know the split exactly, but a significant portion of those users are also on Xbox Series S, which is even cheaper. So how do you justify going up to like $1,000 when you've built an ecosystem at the lower end? I mean, it's really strange to think about some of that kind of thing. But I'm sure they're going to do absolutely everything they can to keep the price down because, like we said, most people don't want to pay that much for a console, a casual gaming experience. When you start getting into PC kind of territory, um, a lot of people are just going to either switch to another platform or just tune out altogether. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely see stuff being delayed, but there's also no guarantee that things will be cheaper, even if you delay it a year or two. Maybe things get worse and things are even more expensive. Uh, but
Maybe we all end up murdered by AI robots.
Yeah, I really hate this future of stuff getting more expensive. Like, I mean, thank God I bought my PC when I did, and people laughed at me then, being like, "Ha, you bought this thing and you don't even use it." It's like, it's future proof, and if I ever want, and now was the right thing to do because what Nvidia's not making any like 60 series right now or whatever. So like they did the 5090s, and like I would imagine if I bought this PC now, I bought this for, I forget how much it was, 3,500. It probably would cost like 4,500 or $5,000. It's like I'm glad I bought it when it did.
Damn.
It's got 64 gigs of RAMs in there. That's like a gold mine now. How much would that cost just by itself, right?
How much? 64 gig?
Yeah, 64 gig.
Why?
Because I wanted it.
You don't need that much RAM for anything.
Just in case I was gonna play games on this thing, so I bought it with it.
Yeah, but like
I almost went with the 128 gigabyte RAM one.
What?
Yeah, just in case. Just in case.
What? There's no game on earth that needs 128 gigs of RAM unless you're gonna put like 50,000 mods in it or something.
Nah, just in case. I got sick and tired. Who says, "Hey boys, hope all's well. Sorry to hear about the shit Jez has been putting up with both at work and at play. Don't worry about the trolls, my man. They're no different than spectators at a football game calling the players' names, all while they paid to watch them." Anyway, my question: Xbox One launched console sales by putting their exclusives on PC, and now Xbox Series is losing sales by putting all their games on PlayStation. Only an idiot of the highest order doesn't understand that dynamic. If HBO put all their movies and TV series on Netflix, and Netflix didn't put any of theirs on HBO, why would anyone sub to HBO when they can get all their Netflix and HBO content with Netflix? It's funny you say that, but HBO has been putting a lot of their older shows on Netflix. Netflix doesn't put any their shows anywhere else, but I've noticed that a lot of the streaming services, Prime, not Prime, not Peacock, but HBO has been putting their older shows on Netflix.
Prime as well.
Prime has been as well. Okay.
Like, Amazon owns the rights to James Bond.
Oh yeah, they did put the James Bond movies there, but I've noticed there's like HBO series that have come over, like not like The Sopranos or the bigger ones, but 6 Feet Under came over, Search Party came over. There are quite a few HBO series that have come over, but that has happened. And granted, it's not like Game of Thrones or any of their new ones, but they have been willing to do that to strike up a deal with Netflix. In fact, it will drive more people to Netflix. Content is king, and Sony's making more money than the 30%. From the 30% they take from their storefront sales than Microsoft takes in the entirety of Xbox, Bethesda, and ABK put together. Dude, is that true?
I don't know.
I mean, let's see. Just from their 30%, I'd have to see Sony's thing. Maybe it's close. They have no live service money other than Destiny, while Microsoft has a heap and mobile like Candy Crush. Nothing will reverse the Xbox situation unless they go back to exclusives. But I would tend to agree with you. I just don't think they will. But I will say, what if they went back to exclusives and it still doesn't work and nobody buys the consoles? And you know what I mean? Like, I know everybody's pining for that as maybe a return to the console war, or because I've seen a lot of PlayStation fans be really, really, really happy about the PC shift. Like, I've never been so much happier in my life. Nintendo fans with like their exclusivity on their stuff. So I'm thinking like, okay, hypothetically, if we run this through, say a year from now, Asha and Matt and all this stuff, they come to the conclusion we have to have some exclusives, right? whether it's a year or two timed or something, at that point, what's the point? Like a year, 2-time port, they didn't sell shit anyways. But let's just say they decide to pivot and being like, we're going to do exclusives again. And they do. But what happens hypothetically if it doesn't change anything? If it doesn't move the needle and nobody still buys the consoles and nobody, no new people are coming to the platform to buy, like, what then? That's what I'm saying. Like,
I mean, they are finding new players on PC, so even without that exclusivity.
But I'm just saying, like, what if they do what people want and it doesn't change anything?
I mean, this is the existential issue that's facing gaming all up, is how do you make people care in a nihilistic time, I suppose. And that's the conundrum that she's gonna have to try and figure out. I think the way that this gets solved is not through any single effort. I think the way this gets solved is through multiple years of consistency, I think, of doing things that make Xbox seem like a destination, not just for great games, but other things too. I think that's really the way that they'll succeed, but I don't know if the ambition's there. I don't know if the innovation's there. When I think of, like, when she says return to Xbox, I think of things like that just would seem alien for a Phil regime to do. Things like avatars, things like 1 versus 100, those sort of weird, quirky experiments, which in their time won Xbox a lot of intrigue. Would those kind of things manage to cut through the amount of social media noise that exists now? No single feature is going to do that. You need like a barrage of attention-grabbing features to really cut through, I think. I don't know if they understand that, and I don't know if they'll have the patience to see it through. Will Satu have that patience? Because Satu's never really shown himself to be someone who will wait around for growth. He'd rather just, if it doesn't happen instantly, then give up. We saw that with Windows Phone, and we've seen that with other products. So that's the risk for me, man.
We have Enix who says, good luck today, guys. Getting up early on the weekend here in Australia to tune in. 4 midnight finishes this week, but worth it for episode 400. We're glad you're tuning in. Sharky says, huge congrats on 400 episodes. I really respect your authentic passion for Xbox. There aren't too many voices like yours out there. Keep going. Return to Xbox and proof over promise. I don't see how that is compatible with the $800 or $900 Xbox without any subsidy. Could we see a rethink on pricing? Early adopters are more engaged and spend more money than the casual audience who are late to upgrade. Could that justify a significant subsidy for the first year or so? That is basically what ended up happening in the Series X with so many price increases. I mean, yeah, we sort of talked about that, where it's like, you talk about return to Xbox and proof over promise and hardware and stuff, but your next piece of hardware is supposed to be premium, and you're pretty much in that. I don't know if you can change anything at this stage of the game. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. But I mean, if you're in,
to be fair, the whole premium product, Sarah said it was going to be a premium experience, but would they have said that about the Series S? I mean, the Series S in its time is Series X in its time is a pretty, what I would describe as a premium product, right?
Which would, let's say they get the price down to $800, is that more palpable than $1,000?
Palpable?
Yeah, more easy to digest. Like $800, $700, $900.
What's palpable, bro?
You're the writer. You should exactly know what that word means.
You mean palatable?
Whatever. You know what word I meant. Get out of here. Just because I say it wrong. Don't make fun of my speech impediment.
Oh boy. I mean, it's up to people, I suppose. Like, see, I'm someone who would buy it at $1,000, but I'm weird, and I'm not.
But there's not. I don't think there's that many people, though.
there's not many people who buy it at $1,000. I'm someone who will buy it at $1,000.
Sure.
But I'm also someone who owns multiple handhelds and someone who plays games all day, every day. I would not begrudge anyone who'd be like, nah, I'm out. I'm out at that price point. But I think, like, not to quote Don Matrick, but there'll be a console for you, and it'll be the Xbox Series
That'll
X.
be great. Yeah, great. Asha, don't listen to that. Don't listen to don't come at, well, we have a console for you. It's the Series X. You know? Yeah.
But that
you know what's
last
funny
revision of
is
the Xbox
you already
360,
but you
would
already
look
know
great.
that's going to happen. The whole, we got a console for you, because they're going to they're not going to put a disk drive in this thing. So they're basically going to tell all physical owners to jump on the lake and basically say, we got a console for you. So I mean, you know, that's already coming. I don't know about the console pricing. We need to see what it is. Could they subsidize it somehow? Maybe. But I see how it's too tough to subsidize a console that's PC thing that's also going to have other storefronts on it. It seems like a system that you're going to want to make a profit on right away. So someone who does, like a Steam user who buys it and who never intends to spend any money in your store, you at least want to be like, well, at least we made $200, $300 off him, or whatever it would be. You know? Hell, we don't even know the price of the freaking Steam machine yet. That's supposed to be out sometime in the first half of this year.
I reckon it'll be $1 million.
Oh man, that Valve didn't Valve just get sued by the state of New York for something?
Oh my god, yeah, that's so dumb. The state of New York is suing Valve for gambling mechanics.
Yep.
In Counter-Strike, you know, the whole the skin stuff or whatever. And in their deposition, they're like, they're encouraging children to gamble. And it's like, bro. It's literally an 18 rated game. It has 18 rated. They're not encouraging children to do anything. And then they, for good measure, they threw in, video games cause violence as well, by the way.
Of course.
Fuck off.
Of course.
Fuck off.
Nitrim says, hi, congrats on episode 400. I love listening to Xbox 2. What are your biggest hopes for games and gaming this year? I mean, I hope all the games are awesome. We do seem like there's a ton of games coming this year. That'll be great. I just want more games and better games, man. Awesome games. You know, great experiences, whether they're the high budgeted AAA games like the, you know, Resident Evil Requiems, or like the 007 Last Light, or, you know, your Wolverine, your Fable, your Gears Z-Day, but then also, like, I enjoy the smaller experiences like Planet Alana 2, or Replaced, you know, Reanimal, which is a good start, right? There's a lot of those in between things, and there's a lot of games this year. A lot of games I'm looking forward to playing. My hope is that the vast majority of them are really good.
I really want playable ogres in World of Warcraft. That's all I want in a game.
Jesus Christ.
I've been in a Souls-like mood recently. I really want to play. I want From Software to announce something new that isn't that Nintendo thing they're making.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I'm ready for the next From Software game.
Okay. Chris M says, hey guys, congrats on 400-ish. My question will be more fun and reflective. What's your favorite in-game minigame that you've played? There's plenty of card games like Gwent, or more unique minigames like Blitzball and Final Fantasy X. So which was your favorite all time? Hope you're having a great show. Plenty to discuss this week, and here's looking at another 400 episodes. Man, best minigames, huh?
You've got to kind of shout out Queen's Blood in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Is absolutely fantastic. That's a really good in-game card game. Also, like Triple Triad from Final Fantasy VIII. Like, not only was that fun to play, but if you did it and then milled the cards, you could make your character super crazy overpowered at low level.
I don't really have one because I don't like card games. I don't like Gwent, and I don't like all those sort of things. I never like those. I don't know. I'm struggling to. Oh, okay, I got one, but it was only more because They made a separate game of it, but it was a game within a game. Geometry Wars.
Oh,
It was a mini game
never
within.
played.
It was a mini game within Project Gotham Racing 2.
Oh, was it? I
Yeah,
did not
yeah,
know that.
yeah. It was a mini game in Project Gotham Racing 2, and then they obviously built it out and put it out as a regular game. I mean, it's
That's
spawned a whole franchise.
Shannon Loftus' claim to fame.
Mm.
He's Project Gotham Racing.
All right. We got C. Witty. Good afternoon to the dynamic duo. With Asha's recent comments, do we think there's any possible changes to how the series consoles will be approached? A lot of questions about the consoles, Jez. It looked very apparent that they were winding them down, but with generation being extended, could a soft relaunch of the consoles be beneficial? Essentially have a three-pillared approach with the Series X, Series S, and Magnus all being sold at the same time. Well, I mean, I think he did report. Wasn't there some tender that they got where they're expecting to make more of these this year or something like that? So like 4 million or 5 million of them or something?
Yeah, they moved Xbox's console production to Vietnamese Foxconn, was it? And the tender did suggest like multiple millions of units. I do think like the probably in the short term with regards to next gen, they will keep selling the Series S and X because I think we've moved away from like the huge technological leaps that console industry used to have. Like we went from 480 cathode ray tube 480p cathode ray tube TVs to 720p and then 1080p and then now we're at 4K. But it doesn't look like 8K is coming anytime soon. It's just like diminishing returns on the value there, right? So I think because of that kind of stuff, they'll probably still keep selling those systems. And devices like Nintendo Switch and the Steam Deck and the other handhelds and the interest in handhelds kind of keeps the Xbox Series S in the game. So I think that maintains an disproportionately long life cycle, but also like things like the RAM, the tariffs, all that kind of situation. So I do think they'll sell all three simultaneously for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus ends up having a series name. It probably won't, but I wouldn't be surprised either if it did. Like Xbox Series Z or something. I don't know.
Xbox Prime.
Xbox Prime. I think Amazon would have something to say about
Xbox Prime. That was I think one of those Call of Duty leakers said that was the name.
Oh really? Yeah, that was a load of bullshit too.
Xbox transform and roll out.
I was not thinking of Optimus Prime. I was thinking of Logan Paul's drink, Prime drink, which Randy Orton spat out famously.
We got good
I
old
was disappointed
Colin.
Logan Paul wasn't at the event, by the way.
Oh.
No Logan Paul.
Well, we got you're not disappointed in good old Conwood because he says hello, Rain and Jez, and if it's repeated before it's said again, congrats on 400 episodes. Thank you. In the week of Resident Evil Requiem, a horror game, has there been any fictional incident, be it book, film, TV, episode, game, or even fairground ride, where your blood ran cold, that you were truly and deeply scared?
Yes. Wow. God, yes.
I know I definitely have. I'm just trying to think of the.
I know immediately off the top of my head. And it is Resident Evil. I remember the first time playing Resident Evil 3 as a kid. And I went in completely blind. I didn't really buy game magazines. I didn't really read previews much. For me, like getting into gaming was all about word of mouth, right? And word of mouth got me into Resident Evil, got me into Resident Evil 2, and then obviously Resident Evil 3, whether it's marketing or whatever, I became aware of it and I bought it. But I didn't know anything about it. I didn't really know what the whole Nemesis thing was, or any of the features and that kind of thing. I must have been like maybe 12 or 13 when that came out, something like that. And I remember like the first time you get to the police station, and you fight Nemesis outside the police station the first time with Jill, That's pretty scary. And then, but you know he's not dead because he's literally the name of the game. So you know he's coming back eventually. And then when you're walking up the stairs in the police station, Nemesis comes out again. He breaks through a window, and this time he's got a rocket launcher. And I'm like, oh god, that's terrifying. But conventional logic from Resident Evil was back then. If you walk through a door, you're safe. You are safe because the AI is not smart enough to walk through the doors. But Nemesis was, and he chased you through the rooms. I remember him sprinting at me in the reception area, and I was absolutely terrified. It gave me like genuine panic as a kid because it was totally unexpected that Nemesis would be able to like follow you like semi-dynamically through the game. And like when he's like lurking, the music changes. Even when you're in the save room, the music changes. That was terrifying, man. So Nemesis was for me top of mind, man. I love that shit. Fantastic.
I remember being scared playing Silent Hill, like the OG Silent Hill.
Yeah, I was scared playing that, but Nemesis gave me that sort of panic-induced dread, man.
I've definitely had that before in real life as well. Like a really, really, really close car accident, like really, really close, where you're just like, oh my god, how did that not? Yeah. You know, like you sit there and you're just like, oh my god. Like I had a car. I remember it was late at night, and I'm driving. It was a 4-lane highway. I'm in the far right lane, and there's a car coming the other way. And, you know, going like 35, 40 miles an hour. And all of a sudden, the car starts coming right at me. Like, literally right at me. From, like, he crosses the lane and it starts coming at me. I, like, lay on my horn. I had to jump the curb. And I'm like, what the hell? And I look behind. The car just keeps on going. I'm like, this guy just try to ram me at 40 miles an hour from the other lane, cut across, and then go. I was like, I sat there. My heart was pounding. My blood. I was just like, holy shit.
That's terrifying.
I was like, that would have been really bad because it was a big truck. I wasn't wearing my seatbelt at the time. So, because I was literally less than a mile from home. I went to go get food. The food place was a mile from my house. I went and I got it. I'm on my way home. So I'm like 3/4 of a mile away. And this guy just comes right at me across 2 lanes. There's like, and it's late at night, so there's no other cars. And almost hits me to the point where I got to jump the curb to get onto the sidewalk and the stuff there. And like, just kept on going. Didn't even, I was like, oh, I couldn't believe it, you know?
Yeah. Sounds awful, bro.
Crazy. We got iMike0 says, hey, Rand and Jez, congrats on making it 400. Next episode will be labeled 402 since we are kayfabe-ing the number this week, right? This isn't my real question. Pivoting to a non-Asha question, Series S is getting dragged this week with comparisons to Switch 2 with Resident Evil 9. Should Xbox focus on promoting more how well Xbox Play Anywhere games look on the Ally devices, or how well they run through cloud streaming on any device? They have the advantage of games running well on higher-end devices, the Series X, and cheap devices, the cheap Android phones that serve gamers. Damn, Series S strikes again. Hey, what do you do in that situation? Because, like, nobody really owns an Xbox Ally. I think I saw the reports. It's maybe like 100 to 200K. I'm sure you saw the reports, right, from Piscatella. It had a really good first month, but then kind of tapered off after that.
Yeah, I mean,
so
kind of to be expected.
It's device that, I don't know how you present that, you know, and it's really just Digital Foundry and other people that do the tech stuff saying like, hey, this is how it looks. Is that always the case with like Capcom games? Do they, you know, or the Japanese games where like the Series S doesn't get a lot of love and care? I'm not really sure. Does it really matter at the end of the day? You know, are people who have a Series S who are going to buy the game on Series S see what it looks like and decide to buy it elsewhere because of it? I don't know. What do you think, Jez? Could they promote different versions of like the streaming version or the?
I mean, I don't know if Requiem's even available on cloud, is it?
Well, no, but I
But
mean, you could remote play it, right? Yeah, I don't think it's available. I don't think it's part of streaming your own games, right? And it's not play anywhere, so you couldn't. I don't think he's necessarily talking about this game in particular, but maybe for future
yeah,
games.
I mean, Microsoft's effort to market their console all up has just been not great, right? One of the criticisms, I suppose. I suppose it's something that Asher Sharma will have to look at. I do think the Series S is unfairly maligned, especially in a landscape where everyone loves a Steam Deck. It's kind of weird that the Series S was always this weird pariah, you know. Yeah, it's not portable, but it's cheap, you know. It's meant to help people get access to modern games without completely bankrupting themselves, at least in some situations. Like it's a strategy that came from the right place, I suppose. But I don't know what they could do with regards to that. It's like Rand says, it's kind of hard to market the lower end. You know, it's like even like Apple released that what's it called? What's it called now? They released that lower end iPhone. I can't remember what they called it now. Was it the Edge they called it or something like that? And now they cancelled it because nobody wanted it. And the idea was like we'll make an iPhone that's more affordable, you know, so more people can get access to it or whatever. But like literally nobody wanted it. So I don't know. Maybe the play really is like figuring out how to help people finance the better systems, maybe. You know, we saw Sony do a thing, and Xbox did do a financing option for the Xbox Series X in the United Kingdom. But I don't know if that ever materialized in the US, but I don't know. It's a challenge, man. It's a challenge.
Challenge indeed. Let's see here. We have who's next? Shay Elephant, who says, Aaron and Jez, big congrats to the 4th episode and Jez's exclusive interview with Asha. Very happy for your mate. Do you think Asha will go big into marketing Xbox? And will there be anything big to market before Forza Horizon 6? Thank you for the good show as always, and here's the next 400. I mean, it's looking at right now, no. I mean, I don't think they're going to market Kiln very much. It's probably going to get the keeper marketing of like non-existent, maybe a tweet, maybe a Xbox Wire news page or something when the game releases. But I do expect them to go big on Forza. I don't know. You know, the marketing thing is interesting because I did pour a lot of resources into this and the Xbox ad, and you know, at least judging from Tom's article, it came. A lot of people internally didn't like it, and also it didn't seem to hit its targets, or was kind of viewed as a failure, I guess. I don't know. That's the thing. Like, she has a lot of work ahead of her to do. Like, do you market more? Do you return to exclusives? What do you do with the like? There's a lot of different things, but I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do.
There's a lot of levers they can pull. You know, Xbox marketing's been anemic, and when they have done marketing, it's been terrible. Like, this is an Xbox. Like, I hate that marketing campaign. Like, I can't tell you how badly I hate that marketing campaign. And like, I kind of see where they're coming from. They were trying to market to people who aren't into Xbox, but you know, I think that just kind of like what is it exactly telling you to do? It's not telling you to buy anything. Like, I just hate that marketing campaign all up. But I mean, that's something she could look to improve upon, is actually having a marketing campaign that makes sense. And I suppose, like, if we are talking about this whole return to Xbox and this renegade Xbox, one of the things that was pretty renegade about Xbox back in the day was its approach to marketing.
It sure was.
Getting banned adverts and stuff like that. So if they want to go down that route, then that could be intriguing. And also, I think that's again something that I think Phil couldn't stomach, because Phil's a nice guy. I think sometimes when you want to market things and get a lot of attention, you have to be willing to be a bit edgy. Could she be edgy? Could we get edgy marketing for Xbox again? Maybe.
Maybe. We got a Matt who says, "Quick question on the Game Pass model under Asha. Right now, a whale who plays every new release for 200 hours a month pays the same $30 as someone who opens Skyrim for an hour. That's the opposite of every platform Asha has ever built. Instacart, Meta, Core AI all monetize engagement, not access. Do you think we're heading towards a usage-based Game
Good point.
Pass where monetization scales with how much you play rather than a flat subscription?" Interesting.
That is a really, really, really great question, a really insightful note. And I think like one of the things that will inform that is the way they handle the ad-based tier of Game Pass. Because we do know, or not Game Pass, sorry, Cloud. Because obviously that kind of feeds into that universe. If we are getting an ad-based version of Cloud, which is free, that's kind of, to some degree, that kind of you monetize an engagement there, right? So maybe that's the play for Game Pass, is like, not just Cloud, but also like a tier of Game Pass where it's like, okay, well, you want to have Game Pass, you've got to have ads on it unless you pay for the higher tier, kind of like how, and I don't want to put that energy out there, but if it's about what they perceive to be like health for the platform or whatever, then maybe that's a lever they can pull. But it is, maybe this is the issue with Game Pass as a strategy, is that it works for Netflix and it works for like TV shows, but maybe it just doesn't work out for games, because games are each game is so different, the way people engage with them. So maybe like an engagement model actually is better there. I mean, that's a really insightful thing that I've never heard anyone mention. So that's a great question.
Very good question. Anix says, hey guys, happy 400. You guys have been amazing to listen to these past 6 years for me. My top highlights are Rand's Penny story and some of Jez's Tipsy's appearances. My question, apologies, a bit long. I've been trying to understand how Xbox will make money if they allow Steam and Epic on the next console. You aren't the only one, brother. If hardware margins are thin, why they let people buy games from another store on your own device? The only way it makes really sense to me, maybe too cynical, could it be that if the next Xbox is basically a PC, maybe the real goal isn't game sales but growing Windows with an enhanced gaming interface to make money on advertising, AI services, data collection, licensing, and reduce the costs of servicing two distinct operating systems? The game's content then is the draw card to keep users on the platform and would also bump up the Windows Xbox active user numbers. This could check out given Microsoft's execs' uneasiness being in gaming, but would explain their purchase of ABK and aligns with their AI priorities. Explains Asha Sharma's promotion to Xbox CEO, would help mitigate the decline of Windows, and explain their shift to OEM-based systems where they don't have to foot the manufacturing bill. Is this possible, or am I missing something?
I mean, I think you're right that there is going to be an exploration of some of those things like licensing and figuring out other ways to make money, because line has to go up, and if the total number of users aren't going up, then you have to bleed your existing user base, right? You have to figure out how to monetize them, because line always goes up. Everyone wants to get paid more. Things cost more, and inflation and whatever. Line goes up, and dividends, whatever else. For better or worse, mostly worse, but that's the reality of the situation we're living in, or the parameters by which this discussion is being held. So, in a universe where line has to go up, I suppose like some of the things they can look at is advertising, like we mentioned in the previous segment. Again, for better or worse. And then there is like, optimizing Windows and monetizing Windows, because like Windows doesn't monetize well. It really doesn't. And considering that Windows has like, what is it now? 2 billion users or something ridiculous. the fact that Windows has so many billions of users and is a smaller business than Xbox now, or at least on par with Xbox, that kind of like it kind of gives you a hint at how badly Windows monetizes as a platform. So, but again, not Ash's responsibility to save Windows. It really isn't. Um, and bring Windows up to snuff. But it is sort of like at a top level. It is a Satya thing, I suppose. And it's something that Satya, I think, and the whole sort of Microsoft corporate stack has seriously neglected over the years. I think it's going to require some kind of like rethinking on their part to reapproach some of this stuff and make it more consumer oriented again. Even if the extra expenditure on maintaining what they have, this is off the shareholders in the short term. Because if you end up losing everything, then GG, you don't have a business. Maybe you should have gone into banking instead. But Microsoft isn't a bank. They have products and they have to like look after them. And I'm kind of rambling now. I don't know where my original point was going to go, but I don't know. What do you think, Rand?
I mean, sounds like. I mean, what he's wrote is sounds like. I mean, it's definitely possible, but I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I don't know much about their Windows stuff. I don't know really anything about all that. So, I mean, it's a good question, but I don't really have an answer to it.
I'm paraphrasing Zach a little bit here, but I can't remember if Zach Bowden on Windows Central put out a report that they actually are considering separating Windows into multiple versions to more specifically target different user scenarios. So is there a universe where there is a gaming focused version of Windows which does front load Xbox more aggressively and tries to onboard gamers into the Xbox ecosystem at the expense of Steam or Epic Games? Is that something that could happen? I have no idea, but I've got to be thinking about some of this shit because it affects the whole platform all up.
Yeah. We got Diego who says, "Sup guys, love the show. My question is, what changes do you see Asha making first to Xbox? Clearly, things are changing. My opinion is she might change how the next console might launch. One thing I never understood about the next Xbox is introducing other stores like Steam and Epic. As a store, I love it. As a consumer, I love it, but I'm going to buy all my games on Steam. But now a customer like me who Xbox would get 30% for every third-party microtransaction and 100 for every Xbox first party go to 0% for three parties, only 30% for first games. What do you guys think she's going to change first?"
I mean, if I had to guess, it is a bit ominous that they were not talking much about Game Pass in any of their letters. So if I had to guess, and again, this is based on nothing right now, my guess would be they're going to look at the viability of Xbox Game Pass as a business model as pertains to how it negatively impacts the Xbox ecosystem. I mean, developers like Microsoft developer partners, they have to be looking at Game Pass and being like, man, we can't even sell our own games on this platform because Microsoft not only owns things like Call of Duty and Minecraft, but they're also shutting us out with Game Pass because a lot of their users they won't buy a game if it ain't on Game Pass. I think Game Pass has been a really great vehicle for smaller games and getting smaller games and indie studios funding, right? And using the big third party AAA kind of games has helped drive interest, which has helped drive interest in some of those indie games, which obviously is creativity drives a business. So I think it comes from a virtuous place that they would want to do that. And also affordability for the consumer. If you put in like all your first party games in there for $70, but you're paying like even at $30 a month, you are potentially saving money. Yep. If you're not paying for $70, you're still potentially saving money if you subscribe and unsubscribe based on how you use it, right? You micromanage that stuff. But is it healthy for the platform all up? Maybe it just isn't. Maybe it just doesn't work. Maybe you can't have your cake and eat it. Maybe it does too much damage, Call of Duty. Maybe it does too much damage to third party. and maybe it's not good enough to draw people into the console ecosystem. And maybe this is why like other companies like EA, Ubisoft, and PlayStation, they've used it as a way to monetize the back catalog rather than monetize their tentpole releases. You know, maybe those guys just had the better strategy, and you know, I suppose we'll have to wait and see. But I suppose like the real kicker for me will be like how they explain this, because if they're just like, yeah, we're taking this away from you guys, you know, I think that's gonna suck for a lot of people. You kind of like if you're taking something away, you have to give something back, or at least explain it in a way that, you know, kind of softens the blow to some degree. You know, if you come in and explain like we're doing this because it hurt the platform, and here's how we're gonna fix it. I suppose maybe there's some way to mitigate in some of that blowback, but yeah, I don't know. The clean slate, and we don't know what's gonna happen yet.
Yeah. We got Clunch Monkey in the super chat says Xbox Studio games should be exclusive and keep Bethesda and Activision third-party Xbox titles. She'll make the Xbox core fan base happy with that. Darren says hindsight is 2020, but with Sony first-party output being atrocious recently, did Xbox miss a golden opportunity to gain market share had they stayed exclusive? I mean, not with the price of the consoles the way they currently are, I don't think. I mean, you're talking about a $650 Series X. I'm not sure that, even with exclusives, I don't know how much that sells, honestly.
Yeah.
Since says, great job reporting this week, Jez. The haters prove that you have connections, abilities, and respect far beyond their own. So
I appreciate that, dude. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of just fanboy takes, you know, which is typical from Twitter. But I don't acknowledge them. I mean, they're always operating in bad faith, and they're not really serious. So I don't really acknowledge them. But yeah, we're just doing our best, man.
Yep.
For you guys.
But anyways, I think that's going to be it for this week. I'm starting to get hungry, and I got to go to the bathroom. It's been over 4 hours. Jez is getting late for Jez, so that was episode 400. I mean, here's the 400 more. Who knows where this crazy ride with Xbox is going to end up? But I'm looking forward to playing some Resident Evil Requiem this weekend, and hopefully I can knock that out before like Marathon comes out. And I think Planet Lana's coming out soon, which is a game I'm looking forward to. So a lot of things to play.
WWE 2K.
Do the what?
WWE 2K26, bro.
I don't care. So hope everybody has a great weekend. Don't forget to check out our sponsor for this episode, Surfshark. 86% off a 2-year deal. Surfshark.net. Links in the description, pinned to the comments section. And our Patreon, patreon.com/XB2, supports us directly as well. We would love
50% off.
50% off. There you go.
Tomorrow.
So thank you guys for all the support today. It's been very, very generous. And yeah, can't wait to do this again with you guys next week. So enjoy your weekend and keep it gaming. Later, everyone.
Rock and roll, baby.